स्वहा तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। Welcome. Today's episode is specially dedicated on one of the beautiful signs of Indian knowledge system, Ayurveda, the science of life. As our ancestors were very much particular about knowing, and also they valued life, therefore the science of Ayurveda came into being. They knew that this life is very precious, and being so, how to preserve that life, how to make it more beautiful. They gave us the legacy of Ayurveda, the science of life, the knowledge that sheds the wisdom of how to live a blissful life, a life which talks about what to eat, what to do, when to smile, when to sleep, and what all things are right. From this profession of Ayurveda goes down the deep philosophy of understanding a lot of facets of life and also the natural laws of nature, that nature is divine. And under this divinity, we all are blessed to be the part as a human being and blessed to sustain like this. And that's why today we are going to give you a wealth of knowledge through our experts who are joining us for this episode to share with them the wisdom. And if you have any questions from our experts, please join us online. You may ask any question that creates a doubt in your life of how to live happy and how to stay happy, preventing diseases and also living a blissful life. Let's welcome our first guest from London, Dr. Venkat Joshi ji. Global namaste to you.
Namaste.
Dr. Venkat Joshi ji. You are a renowned practitioner of Ayurveda as well as the director of Ayurveda Academy, faculty at many places, at European Academy of Ayurveda. You run your own practice at Croydon, and you have been a great stalwart to promote Ayurveda, not in the grounds only in India, but in many countries abroad. And from that light of wisdom of Ayurveda that you have been sharing with everyone, we would like to know from you today about what have you lined up for us, and especially on the topic of the Samyak Yoga of life through Ayurveda. So over to you.
Namaste. Global namaste to you all. Thank you, Dr. Amrita ji and Neil Kumar ji and all the distinguished guests over here. Dr. Amrita, I would like to just to share my
Yes.
slides. Okay.
There is also an upcoming conference which I would like to also let people know.
Yeah.
And this conference is from the Association of Ayurveda Academy in London. And it's hosting up a unique conference where various students and professionals from the field of Ayurveda can come and join and also see how the progress of Ayurveda in research can globalize the standardization of Ayurveda as well as lighten the wisdom of for people to live happily. And therefore, this conference that is going to be held on 2nd and 3rd of June 2025 at Honoro Park, London, with the integration of Ayurveda for futuristic global health care. We would like to know more about this conference as well from you. And I can really see, and I'm very excited to see that the Institutional Ayurveda Congress conference is being organized from the Association of Ayurveda Academy, and this is the program that is scheduled, which will be starting around 9:30 a.m., which is the Paris time. And with the inauguration session, we have got great stalwarts in lineup from Professor Pradeep Kumar from Patanjali, who is the Vice Chancellor of Jodhpur University, Professor Kuldeep Kumar from Banaras Hindu University, Elizabeth, who is representing from UK, Dr. Avatar, will be our resident panelist as well. A lot of renowned professionals I can see, Dr. Venkat Joshi. Could you please tell our viewers about this upcoming conference, how they can register if they wish to, and also share light on your topic? And I think it is around $50 for 2 days for students and 50 pounds, sorry, for students for 2 days. And for other people and guests, it is 100 pounds for 2 days. So
Yes, exactly.
that's really wonderful. Yes, please share with our viewers the knowledge about this, and over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amrita. And we all know that how important now Ayurveda at global perspective, because we can see yoga and Ayurveda as the sciences which are intertwined, interlinked, and established since time immemorial, where we are now fortunately celebrating International Yoga Day, International Ayurveda Day, with our beloved Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision into the global perspective of one nation and one health, and yoga for one world and one health, and with these aims of extensive global perspective of health restoration to the point of proper integration. The integration, the era of integration now to complete and fill the gaps where the health sector offering at different levels with the increased threat from the lifestyle disorders and so many conditions which are irreversible, from autoimmune disorders to the mind health, and lot of suffering at global level of in spite of the development of the conventional healthcare system and technology, where the ancient system of wellness is joining hands in hand with the artificial intelligence, genomics, and to the technology in advance for integration from different global perspectives to build the evidence for practices. And that is how the prevention comes as a priority, where it is to integrate and incorporate into the services for mankind at global level is perspective of futuristic model of proper integration. And this proper integration, what we can see, Samyag Yoga, that's the Sanskrit word to understand about the integration ever existed from the time immemorial. The reasons why we can see our scriptures, Charaka Samhita, Sushruta Samhita, Astanga Hridaya, as time being sequence of these wonderful treasure of knowledge being written and documented for our understanding this Paratantravalokanam, Paratantra Anveshanam, Para Mata Avagahanam, all the Sanskrit means of understanding, looking into the contemporary means of existing healthcare systems under the eye systems now, and we can see how Sowa Rigpai being added into the global perspective of traditional systems. And in each country, more than 196 countries having their own traditional richness and knowledge and wisdom. And that is the interesting to see. When I have written about all my experiences, first ever out from the Bharat into Johns Hopkins Medical University in 1989 for my postdoctoral training, and publishing few Ayurveda integrated protocols of the healthcare management from the psychohormonal research unit, I could see the traditional richness of the herbal sources being sold in the Baltimore local markets. That fascinated me to understand no matter how big is the country and developed nations, each country has its own heritage of natural resources, natural element of healing perspectives, and all those traditions are to be needed to brought into the integration. Now that the Global Center for Traditional Medicine is established in Jamnagar, we all know, and this is where we are trying to actively integrate into the existing healthcare system. And we are trying for these systems to thrive for the non-invasive protocols of healthcare and management into the prevention at the areas at larger level, for example, into the mind health. And this is what the important aspect. Recently, there was a conference held in Portugal, Lisbon, and how this mind health has to be restored back with simple means of counseling techniques and as well as the prevention from our lifestyle or social prescriptions, individualized practices to the point of prescriptions on the basis of the emotional health and the mind control. And this is all the what we are saying as a yoga and samyak yoga in Sanskrit word being determined to integrate to the existing times of healthcare from past into the present into the future. The reason why is those principles are so amended in a way that it can be applied to anywhere. And recently we can see our Draupadi Murmura, Honorable Prime Minister, President of India, and visiting Portugal and Lisbon, and then propagation of Ayurveda, where European Union leaders were all there to take stakeholder to move this torch forward. And this conference as well in establishing in London a vision for looking into the futuristic model of integration. And recently, few months back, we all understand in London as well, British Association of Physicians of Indian origin assembled more than 50, 60 to define the integration model and healthcare system to include into the awareness of the healthcare. And this is all possible only when there is a tie-up starts. And now you can see that fourth tier is being introduced in India now, Bharat, nationalized mission. And recently there was an online meeting a couple of days ago. So there is a huge scope into the communities to reach out. Our perspective of integration at that yoga, it's not just yoga means only an alignment of the physical and training and teaching and becoming yoga teachers. And that is the way as a basic initiation. But integration yoga from Ayurveda point of view links to the expansion of, if I am able to share slides over here, 1 minute, I would like to, yes. And this is the way the Samyak Yoga of life in Ayurveda. What is the Samyak Yoga? When you define the yoga, Yunjannevam Tadatmanam, Yunjannevam Tadatmanam, Tadatma Shakti Atmananda Vibhuti Tadatma Shaktitva. What does it mean? The Atma consciousness at the means of living perspective from Samyak Yoga of life in Ayurveda or Samyak Yoga for life in Ayurveda. And two perspectives of understanding of life is what we can see through our scriptures. Everywhere it is enormously described, and those principles have to be brought into life into the community health as a means of integration. What does it mean? The yoga, as we understood with the Ayurveda, beginning to twine from the perspective of consciousness, is grown from the living body, Sharira, to the sensory means of modulations or connections, the conjunctions of sensory pathways into the mind as a projection being understood and experienced in four perspective of the alignment from Ayurveda point of view. We can see through this Aptopadesha, Pratyaksha, Anumana, Yukti, all these perspective of learning protocols as it is described in the principles is to be in continuation as a Nityaga, Anubandha, Dhari, Jivita. All these synonyms are being used from the past to say how yoga and unitedness and union evam, reaching out to the highest noble experience of this material of the knowledge into the conscious model. So there is a huge amount of information where we can align through from the Sharira perspective into the integration now with the existing healthcare systems. So I talked about this mind health because the budget of this mind health in United Kingdom itself is equivalent to the huge amount of the Bharat nations of the healthcare system being provided annually the budget. And that is where this mind problems are raising. And we understand that it's a social prescriptions on the basis of emotional negativities. Lobha, Shoka, Bhaya, Krodha, Manavegan, Vidarayat, Nirlajja, Irsha, Atiragascha, Vidyascha, Manava, the Charaka's perspective of Navegan Dharaniya chapter, which is telling about as an indicative means of the 9 aspects of the emotional negativities can be easily brought down into the structure into the community to develop the mind health for the prevention of the ailments. And there is a huge amount of potential in a non-invasive methods of treatment protocols, therapeutic models, whether it be coming from this alignment of these panchakarma perspectives or bodywork treatments, not just only pampering, relaxing treatments, which are even equally good to release the stress and strain, as it is being the industry experiencing now, has an enormous amount of this therapeutic viability of these treatments which are coming in conjunction to the existing healthcare system is the proper integration. That samyoga, that samyag yoga is in with the renaissance of his Ayurveda now with this decade of interventions of our Prime Minister's efforts, we are bringing forward to define and then unite with the Western understanding of about the health in integration from lifestyle point of view, integration from food and nutrition point of view, integration from therapeutic model point of view, and then the personalized medicine to the constitutional basis into the social prescriptions, and which is where these lifestyles maintenance of this core health from physical body to the sensory alignment of the mind ultimately has an enormous experience of the cosmic consciousness, as it says is the Atma and Tadatmyam. Tadatmyam is to attain to that self being ignited, and where we are responsible as a means of establishing educational awareness to the means of practices to bring into the Tadatmya of the personalized level to the community level of this unitedness, and that power of ignition, which is the conscious model induced changes, are enormous, bringing into the principles where we can prescribe from the social perspective in the community. The 5 verbal negativities, 5 physical, decipher, languages, knowledges, all these themes are bringing into the alignment of this consciousness from these multiple pathways as it is explained. But we can see day-to-day means of experiences, and which is good and bad, as to understand to the personalized level, and what is good for me may not be good for others, and what is bad to one person may be subjectively good for another person. Understanding these individualized variations to the point of experience, the model is there to understand over a period of time, and how our intellectual deeds are connected together with the wisdom of Ayurveda as being practiced here. So we can see the references from the Charaka Vimanasthana, Charaka Samhita, some of the things. Atmanam Abhisamiksha, Bunjita Samyak, Samyak Yoga, Samyak food, as it brings, we all understand the six taste combinations and how best these treatments can be food as a medicine based preparations for the mind health, for example, from the children, and how we define and derive the six taste combinations to be palatable for the young generations, to get rid of this processed food or sugary foods, and so much of cravings for the sweetness will be brought down back into the point of samyak preparations of the Ayushahar. For example, Benin Casa Hispida as a means of Kushmanda, and this is where the juices of this fruit, or the pulp of this fruit, and preparing into a avalehium based and juice based, and we can see there's a lot of major rasayana substances which may be so simple to find into the groceries. For example, Buchanania lanjan is the priyala, or the seeds, which are the nuts. So the highest nuts, what we can see like a walnut, as a means of the brain tonic, which looks like a brain, two halves of this walnut. Similar, there are number A nuts, B nuts, or C nuts, or a basis of gradation of Ayurveda nuts, which are being used. For example, Priyala is much used for the pediatric nourishment, and selective those like Manaka, sun-dried raisins, and with all these combinations of the Gotukola, Centrala Asiatica, and with the brain health tonics coming through into the perspective of the food and nutrition, with the sweet and sour combinations like pomegranate as a means of the best fruits from Middle East country, sweet and sour, and where we can see this grapes which are dried manaka, and also the moringa as a superfood. So there are different combinations where we are trying to train into the community as a means of the food as a base, food as a medicine based recipes into the practicality to use every day into their lives as a means of samyag atmanam abhi samiksha. What is the child's consciousness towards the sweet craving? How best can we combine these substances to make into the taste appreciation? So there is a lot of natural principles, sweet and sour. I did speak in the before in the meetings as well, in conjunction with the other tastes. As a salt means only the taste which can add to as a catalytic basis rather than improvising any quality. The quality variance is and the palatability being processed either raw or being cooked into the point of idam ममो पश्येते इदम नो पश्येते इत्येव विदितं यस्यात्मन आत्मात्मनस्य भवति तस्माद् आत्मानम् अभिसमीक्ष्य भुञ्जीत सम्यगिति. So everything is coming to the taste buds, and the taste buds and palatability as it is being appreciated from the point of the descriptions what it gives into the next verse of the conscious induced putting food as a means of the priority, which brings the epigenetic aspects of conscious models which are being explained much into the atmana, or
Thank you. Yeah, thank you,
Atmaiva
Dr. Venkat
Atma.
Joshi.
Yes, please.
Yeah, Dr. Venkat Joshi, could you please also tell our viewers, like all those who can't understand Sanskrit, like what are the 5 basic tips to have a samyak yoga of life through Ayurveda?
Yeah, the the steps for Samyak Yoga as a means of integration is coming through from the physical strength being gained from the nutritional perspective of allowed combinations where we have enormous prescriptions and food as a medicine based, taste as a priority based, a change into the minds of the children in the futuristic generations, and thus the incorporating the Sadvrutta Manusteyana means like the lifestyle medicine. So the nutritional food as a medicine, lifestyle medicine, and as well as coming to the point of the therapeutic protocols, and thus building a gap for the modern healthcare, which is the most utmost important for acute emergency conditions, infectious conditions, surgical interventions. From Ayurveda point of view, to postpone these chronic suffering and minimizing and then enhancing, prolonging the quality of life into the end care patients. And these are the models where we are trying to define and integrate into the existing healthcare system, National Health Service, where the suffering is minimized, pain management is achieved, and as well as postponement of the undue surgical interventions and geriatric care, and then the mental care, autistic spectrum disorders, autoimmune disorders. So we are united now. We can see where I'm sitting now in the Dr. Avatar's clinic only over here. And you can see so many patients. The patient was here, and that's the reason I was also here. And
Okay.
yes,
Oh,
so
namaskar.
where we are, yes. So
That
how
is
the
lovely to
patients are,
have two professionals from Ayurveda from the same field having discussion and Sambhasha Parishad together as we move now from this place to Australia very shortly, and we look forward to also have an integration. Global Namaste, Dr. Avatar. It's a great
नमस्ते
pleasure to have
नमस्ते
both of
नमस्ते
you
कैसे
together.
हैं
We'll
आप
be
हाउ आर यू
बहुत बढ़िया.
बहुत बढ़िया थैंक यू वेरी मच
Bahut Badhiya. We'll be shortly listening to you as well, and we all look forward for the upcoming conference. And time to time, we'll be plugging this conference in to know more about it. What
yeah
is special about this conference? To
yeah
see,
please
we
tell other your friends and everybody they come they are very much be very interesting that conference.
yes,
Many
we
new
all look
subjects
forward.
coming there. Yeah.
Yes, apart from just a conference, it's much more. It's thank you so much, Dr. Venkat Joshi ji, for joining us. We look forward to see you in a couple of more minutes. Please stay around as it's time for us to move from United Kingdoms to Australia, where at near midnight, Dr. Pradeep Kumar, who is our resident guest contributor and Ayurveda practitioner in Australia, is waiting for us. Thank you so much for staying awake this time. We always invite you and we look forward to see you at these hours. So global namaste to you and a very good evening as well.
Good evening.
thank you, thank you.
Global namaste to all. I'm hearable.
Yeah, Dr. Pradeep, you have been practicing in Australia, and there are a lot of things that are going on in terms of globalization of Ayurveda and the trends of setting. And you yourself feel there's a lot of difference as well as upcoming things in terms of standardization of Ayurveda on various bases. So your talk today is, I think, more focused on diagnosis and the treatment. Could you shed some light to our viewers on what are your principles of practice and how are you globalizing these principles, taking from the homes of India to that continent? Over to you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Amrita. Global namaste to all. Thanks a lot for Neil ji for letting me share this common platform again, the healing our earth. Today's topic is Ayurveda importance for accurate diagnosis and treatment planning. Actually, in this, I requested for that the particular topic, which is the main stream, which is the main thing, that is the importance of the history taking for particular accurate diagnosis through Ayurveda. So, according to today's topic, as we all know, as per the name of our ethical platform, that is healing our earth, The word healing itself is a very big thing, and every health science is concerned with the positive health and healing all over the globe. As there are different pathies, there are different pathways towards health. Like there may be Ayurveda, there may be modern sciences, there may be naturopathy, homeopathy, yoga, siddha, and other alternative pathies, maybe acupuncture, alternative acupressure, Reiki therapy, sound therapy, color therapy, whatever the health amenities are there. The main thing is their principles are different, the studies are totally different. The concerned people also think in their different way, in their own way, according to the principles of their particular science. But the goal is same, that is healing. That is healing the ill health. So same is in Ayurveda, which is the main stream of the health sciences. The traditional holistic approach, as well said at the start of our text, that swasthasya swasthya rakshanam. That means to keep the healthy people healthy. And the main stanza goes towards the next part, that is the vikarasya vikara prashamnam cha, that is the eradicating the disease of the diseased ones. But as to eradicate the disease of the diseased ones, for that one needs the accurate diagnosis. Then we can plan the selective treatment planning. But for that, again, the point comes that accurate diagnosis. For that, we need thorough knowledge at the consultant level and the proper history taking techniques for the same, which can be quoted as the case taking in Ayurveda. Here comes to the basic principles of Ayurveda, which includes mainly the concepts of dosh, dhatu, mala, rog marga, and the kriya kala theory, srotas, agni concept, ama concept, kost concept, dosh gati and Nidan Panchaka, especially through the pathology of the Ayurveda, along with the Vyadhi Avastha, Vyadhi Priksha, that is the differential diagnose or Spakes Nidhan and stages of the particular disease. All mentioned here are related with the pathophysiology of the disease, also known as the dosh, dusha, smurshna, and the samprapti. Now, first of all, comes history taking when the person enters your cabin. When we are sitting and the patient is coming to your cabin, first of all, we have to see the gait of the patient. We are starting from the very basic things, which can be the gait of the patient, how he is moving, entering, coming to your clinic at his or her own, or accompanying with some attendant or some guardian. So from the gait, we start looking at the looks of the patient and the facial expressions. We also see the speech, the words spoken by the patient, or he or she tries to speak, or the different words, some rudan or harsh, ullas, different some things are mentioned in our Ayurveda text. And the interest and trust in you means how much trust patient has gained to come to you, and how he has fixed his or her appointment by taking interest in the Ayurveda sciences, which is built through your interaction and presentation next for the accurate diagnosis. And it is concerned about all about the particular patient. In short, in Ayurveda, through Trivid Priksha, we call it the Darshan Priksha at the start for the accurate diagnosis, and then later the treatment planning. After Darshan Priksha, when patient is sitting with you, we comes to the Sparshan Priksha, the second part of the Trivid Priksha. As auscultation and palpation is done in modern sciences, we prefer Nadi Priksha in Ayurveda. That is the pulse check. We check different doshas, their frequency, their rhythm, their wavelength, that how the Vata Pitta Kapha behaves, and how they are related with their subtypes, and how they are doing the dushan of the dhatus, mean the tissue entities are vitiated with which dosha at what level. So this is the Sparshan Priksha of Ayurveda, which is not the least but the biggest one. Then the main part is coming, which is of course the noting down the relating outcomes from the pulse check. We go forward for the Prashan Priksha, which is the questioning round in short and interrogative approach. We ask the different questions from the person if he is compatible for this, or if he is not compatible for this, somebody accompanying with them, the person attending or the guardian, if with the mutual consent. At the start, very basic information and very important information is taken, that is name, religion. Like we can know from the name and religion that what sort of living style, what sort of dietetic regimens sometimes we can know from the religion, or age, date of birth and sex, like what type of age in the patient is. Like at the start of the age, we know in Ayurveda is called that there is the Kapha dosha stage. Then in the mid ages, there is the Pitta dosha predominance. In the old ages, there is the Vata dosha predominance. Then also we have to know about the address of the patient and along with the date of birth, because from the date of birth, from the address is the Desha Priksha, where the person has been born, from how it has been moved or lived in some other places or the other region, on the other countries, in the other places. It can tell us put some light on the lifestyle, the region, the temperate, the environment, the liking and disliking of the person who has come to us with the proper interest. With this, we should also know about the marital status. Marital status can also explain about the age of the person, any sort of illness, maybe that may be fertilization, after that some artificial insemination or some intervention, or some diseases like related with the past history, maybe PCOD or leukorrhea or some menstrual disturbances. Or with the marital status, we can come to know how much kids are there, or how they were born, or any pre-menopausal, menopausal, or post-menopausal history. As per the past history, any particular disease, any injury, any intervention or surgery has been done, or any hormonal imbalances or autoimmune disorders are there, any chronic lifestyle disorder or condition, there may be some hypertension, obesity, diabetes mellitus, or asthma, or allergies, or thyroid, etc. We can come to know with the comparing our principles like dosha, dhatu, mala, the different tissue entities and the systems of our metabolism. Any post trauma, which is the physical or mental condition in our questioning round, that history of the medication taking, any allergies for the same, or any particular investigations done. These are the must for interrogative approach these days for accurate diagnosis and the treatment. Any family history of the patient, particularly the paternal side or maternal side, means both sided we should be knowing, or any genetic issues related in the questioning round for the accurate diagnosis. Now, as per the Nadi, Jiva, and Netra, that is the pulse, tongue, and eye check, the Darshan Priksha, we go for asking current complaints of the patient and symptoms like maybe what is the status of the stool, if it is constipated, if it is the loose stools, if it is on and off the irregular bowel movements, or regular stools with the irregular movements in some days of the week. What is the status of the urine? What is the status of the night micturition, or the frequency, or the there is something, sometimes there is the a stop of the urine, or the renal failures. What is the status of the gynecological, like we earlier discussed, that if there are diseases, any symptoms related with the menstrual cycle, or any issues related with the menopausal age, or the hormonal imbalances, or any PCOD or extra, or there may be some fibroids. So we should know, be keeping in mind the integrative approach for the accurate diagnosis according to Ayurveda and other sciences. What is the status of the appetite? If it is less, if it is again and again, if it is low, or it is diminished, or there is a loss of appetite in total. What is the history of the abdomen? How it is behaving? It is tender, it is gaseous, or it is acidic. We can relate it with the ama production, or which dosha with the sam vata or sam pitta or sam kapha symptoms are there according to Ayurveda. What is the texture of the skin? It is dry in nature, it is wet in nature, it is unctuous, or it is rough in nature, or any sort of other symptoms like psoriasis, or gutted psoriasis or eczema or rosacea, or we can see if there are any rashes or some round rashes. Means then we come to the sleep history. If it is the insomnia, disturbance of the sleep, dreaming, less sleep, or again and again more sleep, even the diva swap can be there, maybe the history of the morning sleep, and stress level, especially these days, because current scenario of the fast food life and fast style lifestyle, psychological status check is must. Any tenderness, any part of the body, any painful portions, any shifting pains, polyarthritis conditions related with the rheuma and joint issues, like we discussed earlier, the skin conditions. So, calculating above all, comparing with the current investigations, comparing with the past investigations for the integrative approach, we can do the differential diagnosis as per the thorough knowledge of our Ayurvedic text.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Pradeep. Before we move to India, can you tell our viewers any 5 tips of what are the well-being tips to diagnose themselves? And if they have any issues like this, they must immediately go to the physician.
Yeah.
Over to you.
See, the startup, first of all, we can see we start our day from the very wake up early morning. We can see ourselves that if our sleep was normal, if our sleep was sound, if it was without any dream, or we wake up fresh, the first symptom. Second can be we are having an urge to pass the stool. We are going to our passing the stool to the toilet, and there we can see if it is in the easy mode, if it is the regular movement, if it is in particular shape, or according to Ayurveda, what we see the weight of this, or what it is on the water, or it is dipping inside. So third part is whatever is any changes in our appetite, or any we are feeling well in our abdomen. Fourth part is any pain inside our body, recurring pains or recurrent pains or past history. And fifth one is our psychological condition. Very simple in routine. Everybody knows these steps, but nobody is going directly to the doctors. They are starting behaving at their own. They are starting at their home, the home remedies. We should be having some particular supervision of the super specialist, or going towards the particular investigations with these small things. Even our senior doctors and senior Vedas are there. Namaste, sir, Dinesh ji. And these things, I think, count a lot, because in these all, like if a doctor has to see the symptoms and signs by himself, the person at home sees the symptoms which can be related to the routine life, which can be related to the eating habits, which can be related to the any medication he or she is taking. And especially I will quote one golden rule that we are following these days, the social media a lot. Everybody is making the reels and small tips and all that stuff, which is not good enough if he or she has not the enough thorough knowledge through the authentic text, or he or she is not the particular consultant of the particular science. So I think whatever is told in the Hindi language, that is the Neem Hakim Khatra Jan, that whatever we are doing at our own, that is not needed, right, or that should not be the practiced at all. We should always take some special super consultation of any specialist. You are going to any science, that may be acupressure, acupuncture, Ayurveda, modern sciences, or whatever the things are. We should not apply these things to at our own, so that our acute state should not go to the chronic stage. So that is the just importance of the history in Ayurveda, and for the accurate diagnosis. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you. What a lovely message from Dr. Pardeep, who is in Australia. And he says that don't just blindly follow social media, because social media can misguide you at many, many points. So with that take-home message, it's time to run from Australia back to India. Global Namaste to you, Dr. Dinesh Katoj. So we have Dr. Dinesh Katoj, and we'd like to thank Dr. Pardeep, who had been staying overnight for late evening hours. So as we say good night to him, and we move over. Thank you so much for joining us. Please stay around if you can wait for some time, and we'll be definitely like to have you all in the panel discussion. Dr. Dinesh Katoj, who is a former advisor, joint advisor at the the Ministry of Ayush, and also he has been a great professional in Ayurveda, leading Ayurveda towards an evidence-based medicine. And that's what he's always stressing and talking about in terms of globalization of Ayurveda. And therefore, we have him today as our guest for this episode to know more from him how and where the Ayurveda is progressing. And as he is going to talk about giving a stress on an evidence-based practices of Ayurveda, what are the pros and cons and what more has to be done. Thank you so much for joining, Dr. Dinesh Katoj. Over to you for over next 15-20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amrita. And good afternoon, good evening to all the participants here, my fellow speakers and the other participants. The topic which I have chosen today, I think that is a very interesting topic, and I think the discussion on this topic or deliberation on this topic, I think that had not happened in the last, in the previous sessions of this project. That is purposing and repurposing of Ayurveda. So what is this purposing and repurposing of Ayurveda? If you see, all of you are Ayurveda experts and you have gone through the different books of Ayurveda, and you have learned Ayurveda from your teachers and by attending seminars, workshops and conferences, means learning of Ayurveda. I think that has been done extensively by all of you. Now, you just go to the first chapter of Chikitsasthan, whether it is Charak Samhita. Now, Trifla is mentioned there, and they say that it is Paramarasayan. So that is the specific purpose, that for Rasayana purpose, Trifla can be used. Amaliki Rasayan, it is mentioned there. Now, for that purpose, means for Rasayana purpose, Amalaki can be used, Trifla can be used, even the Shilajittu can be used. But if you see the subsequent chapters, of the same Samhita, then that particular formulation or that particular ingredient or the raw material, that has been mentioned for some other indication, for some other use also. But what is presently happening, that those uses or those indications which are mentioned in our authoritative books of Ayurveda, for that purpose, we are not using that. We are not using that formulation, like Sitopladi Churn. Now, the Sitopladi Churn, that has been mentioned in the context of Rajakshma, in the treatment of Rajakshma. But presently, we are using it for bronchitis. We are also using for this spring catarrh, or for the nasorespiratory allergy also we are using. But this is being used for that particular indication or for that only sporadically, not as a part of the protocol of treating any particular disease or any particular symptom. So the point which I wanted to emphasize is that we have different formulations, single ingredient formulation, and again these formulations, they are of two types. If you see the Drugs and Cosmetic Act, the Ayurveda drug or Ayurveda medicine is defined. Ayurveda medicine is that medicine. If you see that's a definition given in the section 3A of the Drugs and Cosmetic Act, there are two definitions of Ayurveda drugs. One is the definition for the classical drug or the Shastriya Yoga, Shastriya formulation, and the second is proprietary formulation or the patent formulation, and that is under section 3H1. Now, what the definition says, the legal definition of Ayurveda. Ayurveda drug is that drug, or Ayurveda medicine is that medicine which is made from the ingredient as mentioned in the different formula of the as given in the authoritative books of Ayurveda. And there is a list of 56 authoritative books in the Drugs and Cosmetic Act in the Schedule 1. Now, that particular formulation, that is designated as the classical formulation, Shastriya formulation, or we can also say that it's a generic Ayurvedic drug. On the other hand side, after 1983, I think there was a bit amendment in the drugs and cosmetic act, particularly in the context of the definitions that comes in the first section. Then there is a definition of proprietary Ayurveda medicine, proprietary Ayurveda, Siddha, or Unani medicine. So that definition says that Ayurveda, Siddha, or Unani medicine could be a proprietary medicine if it is made from the ingredients which are mentioned in the formula given in the authoritative books. But not any formulation which could be used through parenteral use, means injections, they are not allowed. And the same formulation or the same composition of the formulation which is there in the generic formulation, that cannot be the proprietary. Right? Now the issue is that how to make use of these formulations, the classical formulations as well as the proprietary formulations. Now, if you see, I mentioned in the beginning that Triphala is mentioned as a rasayana, the Parama rasayana, in the context of that Chikitsa, the first part of Chikitsasthana, first chapter, first part. Now, Triphala, but that Triphala is also mentioned in the context of Prameya Chikitsa as the Triphala Rasain. Triphala Rasain means Triphala Quath, or the decoction made from Triphala that is effective in the treatment of Prameha, but not the Triphala Churna. Now, in the context of Vimanda, the same Triphala that has to be used in the form of powder, Churana. In the form of powder, Churana, because in the form of Churana, the fiber content is more. So that is why there is a increase in the bulk of the stools and it is laxative. And the same Triphala, not in the form of Churana, not in the form of powder, not in the form of Triphala Quat, but in the form of Triphala Grit, that is mentioned for eye diseases, for refractory disease, refractory eye disease, vision disorders. The same. So why so? So actually that is the purposing and repurposing of the Ayurvedic formulation. But in practice, this is not being done. Even Triphala is prescribed, means our practitioners, they prescribe Triphala for eye diseases. No, it is not so. Brahmi. Now, Brahmi, when it is to be used for memory disorders, it has to be in Grita form, Brahmi Grit. Otherwise, the alkaloids or the chemical constituents of the Brahmi, they will not pass the blood-brain barrier. So for crossing the blood-brain barrier, it has to be in the Brahmi Grita form. Now, what has happened during this COVID? I think you might be well aware of this one formulation which has been developed by Ayurveda Research Council, CCR, that is Ayush-82. Now, Ayush-82 in 1980s, it was developed for malaria, for resistant malaria. But during COVID, it was recommended to be used for COVID illness, COVID fever. So that is repurposing. Right? So purposing and repurposing, I think it is based on two things. Number one, what is the basic indication or what is the basic use mentioned in the Samhitas? Now I give you another example. The same of Triphala. Now Triphala is mentioned that it is good for Prameya. But where it is mentioned in the authoritative books that it is good for diabetes mellitus? It is nowhere mentioned. But our practitioners, they use Triphala for diabetes mellitus. And it has hypoglycemic effect. So somewhere some studies were done, or it may be a clinical experience, that Triphala is hypoglycemic. So that has to be validated. And that has to be published so that the practitioners, they can use that particular formulation for a different purpose, but it should be evidence-based. It should be evidence-based. Now, in the context of Vata Vyadhi, I think you might have read somewhere that in the context of that Hridgati Vata, Hridgat Vata. What is Hridgat Vata? It is the rhythm disorder of the heart. So there it is mentioned that Anshumatya Payopivet Hridigati Vate. Hridigati Vate Anshumatya Payopivet. Anshumant Siddh. Milk should be consumed. What is Anshumati? That is Shalaprani. That's Desmodium giganticum. But has any practitioner used this for this purpose? Now the uses or the indications which are mentioned in our literature, I think those indications, those uses need to be translated into the conventional diagnosis. So far widespread use of the particular formulations for those indications. And this provision is there in the drugs and cosmetic rules. If you see the drugs and cosmetic rule 158B of the drugs and cosmetic rules, and that is related to the licensing of the Ayurveda, Siddha and Unani drugs. Now, classical medicines can be manufactured in 3 ways. It can be manufactured as well as sold in the market in 3 ways. Number 1, the classical formulation, the generic formulation as such, as mentioned in the books. The composition, the proportion of the ingredients, and the method of preparation will remain the same. It cannot be changed. So it is one form of classical formulation, like triflachud. Okay, triflachud. Harad, Beda, Amla in the same proportions, and okay, make the powder and use it. So that is as such. So for that purpose, the safety and the efficacy studies are not required. Safety and efficacy studies not required, because the indication or the use for that trifla is already mentioned in the authoritative books. But it is only those indications, whether it is prameha or, but if the same trifla, if the trifla vati is to be made, trifla tablet is to be made, the ingredients are same. The proportion of the ingredients are also same, but the dosage form is different. So for that, we need that, okay, the evidence of safety and evidence of effectiveness, that is required. Because here the dose will change. The dose of triflachuril is 5 grams. But when you make a trifla vati or a trifla tablet, but it is legally allowed. So when it is legally allowed, it means industry manufacturers, they can manufacture that that kind of tablet or that kind of vati, but you will have to specify the indication that what for it is used. Because trifla vati is not mentioned in the classical literature, in the authoritative literature. So if we do that, so that is the purposing. That is the purposing for that purpose. Then the third is the same formulation, but for a new indication. What for? Like, so if you want to use trifla as a hypoglycemic drug or anti-diabetic drug, then we will have to create evidence. We cannot simply on the basis of that it is mentioned as prameha, it is anti-diabetic. No, we cannot say, we cannot use that drug as hypoglycemic drug. So to make that particular formulation for the use in a new indication, for new use, it has to come in the protocol of treatment, and for that the evidence is required. So safety, efficacy, and quality. Similarly, for the proprietary formulation. Now the proprietary formulation, there are 4 types.
Yeah.
One is the
So
wholesome
that's what
formulation.
I just want to ask you, Dr. Katosh, that where is the beginning then, as we have. So we also have Dr. Anjali on our screen, and our renowned yoga Ayurveda expert, Vaidya Rajan Patankar ji. Let's also listen their thoughts and views and what question they have. So Dr. Anjali, if you have any questions from Dr. Katosh, please go ahead.
Good
Global
evening,
Namaste, and a very warm
Namaste.
welcome, Dr. Anjali.
Good evening,
Global
Global
Namaste to you, Dr.
Namaste,
Rajan sir, as well.
Global Namaste. Dr.
Namaste.
Dinesh, my question is regarding Triphala. I keep hearing about it a lot from you and Dr. Amrita also. How can one use it for cough and cold? I see a lot of this was being used during the COVID time, and everybody keeps talking about it as a, detox mode, we can use it?
No, again, the thing is, once you have the concept in mind, what for? So you will have to prove that concept. The proof of concept is required. So for that means that Triphala has to be used for those particular indications, right? And if it comes out to be effective, it means then that effect is proven, and then it can. So you will have to create an evidence, right? But not on hypothetical basis, not on anecdotal basis. Like if Dr. Gitanjali is using and I will also use for this cough and cold. No. Again, it has to be in accordance with the principles of Ayurveda, the principles of diagnosis as well as the principles of treatment. No, I just give you one example, like shunthi, ginger, right? Now, ginger, if you see, it is Agni, Deepan, Pachan, right? But it is a Yogvahi also. So what a Yogvahi means? Trikatu is also Yogvahi. People is also Yogvahi. What does it mean? Right? Now, I can explain this on the basis of one example. Now, when the American scientists, they started working on curcumin, they did not found any efficacy of curcumin. No, curcumin is derived from turmeric. Right? But the curcumin is not Ayurvedic because it is beyond extract. Only wholesome extract is allowed in Ayurveda drugs. The fractions, the derivatives, and the phytoconstituents, they are not Ayurvedic. Legally, they are not Ayurvedic. So
but then in that case, Dr. Katoch, how we will prove the things? Because what considered as a phytoconstituent.
I am telling. Yeah. So so when the American scientists started working on this curcumin, they did not find any results. So then they consulted the Indian scientists, and someone suggested to them that okay, just add piperine. Just add piperine, and then it became effective.
Thank you, Dr. Katoch.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amrita. Thank you, Dr. Katoch. Vaidya Rajan Patankar, a quick comment for 1 minute to Dr. Katoch, and then we move on to Professor Naveen as well. Over to you, Dr. Rajan Patankar.
I am not that much big to comment on Katoch ji because I know him for since so many years. But yes, his thoughts are 100% correct. And in my opinion, while doing Triphala or any kind of drug, the anupan is also most important. That is my opinion. And by giving different anupan of the same medicine, it will work in different diseases. That also should be proved authentically or with evidence base. Then our Ayurveda will grow up. That's my opinion. Thank you, Katoch ji.
Yes, Dr. Raji, it is very true. It is very true because if we continue to use our formulations only for those indications and uses which are given in the literature, I think that is not to be sufficient. That is not going to be sufficient. Correct. For the globalization and for the propagation of Ayurveda, this is very important that the new indications and the new uses that has to be evolved, and only then our formulations will be.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Katoch. What a wonderful contribution from you. Thank you, Vaidya Rajan Patankar ji. Amrita, let's move on to Professor Naveen Gupta. Dr. Katoch, stay around. Maybe we'll chit-chat with you in a while. So please stay around. And what we are going to do now, Anjali, you and Amrita, let us chit-chat and Vaidya Rajan Patankar with our Professor Naveen Gupta, who is going to bring his alternative experience in Europe. A very senior person here, I think has been practicing for more than 55 years and has his own style in Europe. And so, Professor Naveen Gupta, a global namaste to you. Wonderful. You need to unmute yourself so we can hear you. Just unmute yourself. Go ahead, unmute yourself. Just unmute. Yes, you are unmuted. Global namaste.
Global namaste.
And everybody that, first of all, it's not 55 years. I'm going to be 65. So that means I never entered into at the age of 10. So, but I entered at the age of 16 and a half into Ayurveda. So I have to calculate still. It is 43 and a half years, something like that. I'm into Ayurveda. And So, with established Ashtavidyan Ayurveda Foundation, its NGO in Delhi at that time, and because at that time it was very popular in the world that the Kerala was projected or marketed as the Ayurveda, authenticity of Ayurveda, while it was not. And also, I respect Kerala as I respect each and every state of India. When we see the Ayurveda coming out of the foothill of Himalayas, so I don't see any Himalayas in Kerala. So I see the Himalayas, so Himachal Pradesh, then coming to Delhi. So I established my first Panchkarma center in Delhi at that time. And where at that center, I'm happy to share here that our Ayush secretary, Rajesh Kutecha, was also present at that center at that time in Delhi. So,
thank you, Professor, for a bit of a history.
Please.
So over the next 5 minutes,
yes,
let's go to your specialist subject.
Yes.
Today is from
yes,
prevention.
I'm coming to that. So my topic today is about...
Let me finish so that you know how we're doing. So
Please.
your subject today, Professor, is from prevention to renewal. So over the next 5 minutes, if you just present what you've got lined up for us, and then Anjali, Amrita, and Rajan Patankar will chit-chat with you so we get some consumer tips. Over to you, Professor Naveen Gupta. Thank you.
Thank you, Neilji, for suggesting me to be in the structure of the topic today, which I will do, as you are my senior and my mentor and my guide here in the UK. Thank you so much. So here I offer a new model for life and health in which the universe is seen as a network of energy and information rather than as a frozen matter. From prevention to renewal, I have prepared a 9-step guide. Of course, Amrita ji and Dr. Anjali ji, you can ask me not 5 steps, you can ask me 9 tips for each and everything which I'm going to speak from now, because it's a 9-step guide which I created for the Westerners, because a lot of my senior colleague Danish Kutoch and my colleague Pradeep from Australia and Venkat Joshi, also my colleague from UK, they've all talked about very, very good. But many a times I wonder today, the Ayurvedic terminology was used. So in the Western context, also in the Indian context today, the Ayurvedic terminology must be well explained into the terminology which people understand today. And that's also the globalization and propagation of Ayurveda in the right context, in the right way. So we are not here addressing only to the Ayurveda community. We are here addressing to the general community to bring them back to Ayurveda. That's the whole purpose of these Ayurveda episodes, which I understood it like that. And if it is not, then I'm sorry for my comments. Then let us come to the from prevention to renewal. I created a 9-step guide to physical, mental, and spiritual well-being. It is first the body, mind, and soul, in which we discuss bundles of consciousness, network of energy and information. Then we discuss the codes of nature, understanding our unique mind-body constitution. And that's also one of my colleague Pradeep mentioned about pariksha, the examination, how we assess the patient. I've created a vast document on the on patient history taking. You know that we have so much documented literature about patient history taking in modern medicine, but also in Ayurveda medicine it is created. And I'm not saying I'm the new one or I'm the researching one. Research for me means that something is already there. You have to just present. You have to research. आपको दोबारा ढूंढना है. Again, sorry for my Hindi here. So I'm coming from the Hindi belt, pure Hindi belt from Delhi, and I'm born and brought up in Chandni Chowk in Delhi. So I can speak Hindi, but not Marathi. In fact, I'm sorry about it. And then coming to the first point was, the second point was codes of nature, in which we'll understand our unique body, mind, and constitution. Then there are so many other ways to understand the pathology, and the whole idea is to bring the pathology back to the physiology. This is whole idea about Ayurveda is. Then the third one is nourishment for our body, mind, and soul, when we talk about Ayurveda, then we talk about the 3 supporting pillars of health. And these are the food and drinks, of course, all together. Then our sleep and our sexual conduct. That's the 3 supporting pillars of health. So we must understand the nourishment for body, mind, and soul. And in this, I say that food as medicine. Like I say in lifestyle, ahara, vihara, vichara, achara. So if I'm allowed to speak in Hindi also, ahara means the food and nutrition, vihara means the lifestyle, vichara means how you think, how your thoughts can be transmitted, and achara means how you are conducting daily routine, seasonal routine, or night routine, all the regimens in your life, that is according to your stage of life at that time, according to sex, means female or male. So everything is very well defined in Ayurveda, and it has to be brought to the whole world in a very nice way. And it's so I have to conclude in 5 minutes, so I've been really very fast, but usually I'm not, but I will try my best to be fast now. And the 4th one is understanding the cosmic dance. You see, I'm teaching here in the West, marma points in the human physiology, care and stimulation of the marma points over the surface anatomy and the physiology. So in this, which I discussed many times about marma nritya, like Bhagwan Shri Krishna had the Maharas Leela in the darkest of the jungle, where all the 107 gopis were coming, and this 108th was the Krishna. That's why there are 108 points in vital points in human physiology. And this can all be evolved without any medicine, just by dancing with Krishna. That's called Marma Nritya. And this is all our text, all our divine text. So in fact, sometimes I feel myself that if I go to the sattvic herbs of Mother Nature, then everything in the whole world we can treat, because there are so many, and it's, of course, all the knowledge which Dr. Katoch, and Dr. Lakshmikant Dwivedi is listening, but he's not on this speaker panel. He's one of the top, and I know him from last many years. They can explain everything about Triphala. He has already been explained how the Kalpana methods, how you prepare the drugs, everything is mentioned. But Sattvic herbs of Mother Nature, if you start using in our practice, it's very wonderful. Then coming to the 5th point, healing breath and healing movement. My friend Neil, when Neil Kumar brought this point, healing our earth, then I was always thinking about what should I bring myself, contribute to Neil ji on his fit, to present myself that I can also contribute healing our earth with healing our breath and healing movements. So this is the 5th point. And 6th point I designed was the 5 gateways to the inner pharmacy. Let kitchen be our pharmacy. I'm not here egoistic to say, and just as a fact I'm saying to all of you, and the people who are listening also on the YouTube, I started a campaign to bring an Ayurveda pharmacy in the home, in the kitchen. So let our kitchen be with the pharmacy. So and I created a pharmacy, and at least, I'm not sure, I cannot give you the number, at least 500 people all around Europe, in which countries, in the countries where I practiced in the last few years, maybe 16, and they are all having, my student at least, they are having Ayurveda kitchen pharmacy. So this was my 5 gateways of inner pharmacy. Then the 7th part here, I'm bringing the miracle of renewal. So we started from prevention, coming to the renewal, miracle of renewal. So how we renew, or how we regenerate the cells, which we say that it all have been degenerated. So yesterday I received a patient at one of my friend's house here in Anfield, in UK, and the L4, L5, and L3, L4, and L5, L4, L5 disc was degenerated. So it is Ayurveda in which it's possible to regenerate. So our Panchakarma therapies, which we call 5 therapies, are not just the number 5 therapies, but there are so many components of the therapy that's been included in that, and that I calculate in the miracle of renewal, detoxification, rejuvenation, and regeneration. So, and then the next point is intimacy with the higher self. So I used to say all the time, when you write self in English with small letters, SELF, and that's equal to the big letters, bold letters, SELF, because the inner self, the myself, is connected to the higher self. This is how I'm creating this guide. And now, since 5 minutes might have we finished, I was not having stop clock with me, and perhaps Amrita is having it. So Amrita, if 5 minutes have happened, so I'm open to the open discussion now, please. Please.
Yes, yes. So Dr. Naveen Gupta, you have been talking about from prevention to renewable, and renewable word is a very fashionable word as the prevention word in today's time of health.
Amritaji, it's a little bit mistake which I did while I write the topic. It was renewal, not renewable. Renewable means there is still a chance, but I'm saying renewal means there is no chance. It will be renewed.
I think renewable tendency of being renewed will be one approach of a healthcare system that we must adapt.
That is why I see you as my mentor, because you put so beautiful words now. I cannot articulate my words.
That will bring longevity of life. So when people look forward
I have to learn from you.
To longevity of life, that's what we look forward to.
Please send me a contract so that I can sign this contract to learn from you from tomorrow onwards. You are so beautiful. You're talking.
No, this is not.
Thank you.
I'm not talking about that. Okay, let's have a quick comment from Dr. Anjali, who's also our co-host. Dr. Anjali, would you like to put forward any question for Dr. Naveen before we move to
Dr. Naveen, thank you. That was such an enlightenment for all of us. All the points you have mentioned, it's so important for us to look at each point individually and accept it as a way of living. So my point for you is, like, what is घर की pharmacy में क्या होना चाहिए? Kitchen pharmacy में. What should we have?
So should I answer in Hindi, because you asked half Hindi, half English? Okay. So
Hindi would do. Yeah.
English, because we are talking to the larger audience. So in the home pharmacy, like for example, some basic teas. So like I used to have like ginger, fresh turmeric, and ajwain seeds, and the fenugreek seeds, and the cannelle, sorry, what is called cannelle? Cinnamon, and black pepper. So these all things are very necessary in daily, and in the Indian kitchen is always used. But Indian kitchen, I see it as Ayurveda kitchen. So this is one thing. And in the pharmacy, like it has been described about, like I don't know who was talking about Sitopaladi Churna. Dr. Katoch was talking about Sitopaladi Churna. So let me tell people what is Sitopaladi Churna. In Sitopala, there are 5 ingredients. Sitopala, that itself says candy sugar. It's a burnt candy sugar, which you can get from anywhere in the world. So you have to take that 5 times. Then pipali, the long pepper, you have to take the 4 times. I mean, you have to set a unit, and then I'm talking about the times. So, and then you have to take the Laghu Ela, that is green cardamom. Sukshma Ela. Sorry, sir. Sorry. So you are my boss, sir. Thank you very much. So Sukshma Ela, that is green cardamom. So you take the green cardamom, and you can use also the shell of the cardamom. So then comes
Dalchini.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. So I think I should give mic to you next time. Thank you. It is called dalchini. But let me enlighten my people what is dalchini. Gujarat. So many Gujarati people are listening today because of Neil, and from all over the world, from African world, and Gujarati people are listening. So dalchini. Why the word dalchini? Normally in Ayurveda we say tak, or we say cinnamon. So in dalchini, the word dalchini is being used because Gujarati people were always used to put chini in. Chini means the sugar in all the dishes when they are making dal, and widely Punjabi people will never put it, but the Gujarati people will put it. So that's why one time it was described that the cinnamon itself is chini of the dal. So you don't need to put extra sugar because you are putting cinnamon. So that should be there. So by this combination, you make a formula by yourself. And other formula, Hingwastika Churna, again, you have to have Asafatida in your pharmacy every time. And then basic Trifla Churna, like, or Trifla, then you should know how to make the Trifla Dharat and all this. I think this is the only thing which is coming in mind to tell the viewers now for the Ayurvedic kitchen or Ayurvedic home pharmacy.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. That was wonderful. And just before you go, just for our next 30 seconds, what is a golden rule of Ayurveda that you know? Golden rule, one rule of Ayurveda that you practice. Over to you.
Golden rule, and since Neil has asked me this question, so I have to little bit brainstorm. 10 seconds I will take to brainstorm.
I will give you my golden rules. I will point you. I think
Okay.
eating warm food is better. So that's my golden rule. What is your golden rule? Anyone?
My golden rule number 2 is never reheat the food.
So there you are, Professor.
I asked one of my professor in 1977, I'm talking to you, one of my professor of medicine at that time. I was not studying medicine at that time. I just entered into Ayurveda, but I asked, so what is the cause of cancer? Then he said that reheating the food. And by that time, there was no aluminum. Now, using aluminum foils and reheating the food is the cause for cancer. And that cause is cancer. I will never say it is in Ayurveda.
Thank you. So,
because what is Ayurveda is for the whole world. What is the difference between Ayurveda and allopathic? Because if you reheat the food, if you cook the food in the aluminum foil or in the aluminum, I've seen the best doctors. I've eaten at their home. They're cooking in the aluminum pressure cookers. So it is the worst way of having. It is the best way to have cancer in your family when you use aluminum.
Thank you, Professor. So Professor says, avoid reheating the food. Thank you, Professor. Stay around. We'll be with you back in a moment over there. We're ready to move to Professor Ish Sharma, who is a senior contributor and a producer here at Healing Our Earth. His subject today is the role of Panchakarma in a non-communicable diseases. Very important. So, Professor Ish Sharma, over the next 5 minutes, if you could describe why it is important for the role of Panchakarma, then we would like to chit-chat with the consumer questions. Over to you, Professor Ish Sharma.
Thank you very much, Neil. Thank you very much, Amrita, for the opportunity. I believe Panchakarma is very, very important for each one of us to have. Why is it this much important? Ayurveda believes in the philosophy of Vata, Pitta, Kapha. Vata, Pitta, Kapha, Tridosha is the common currency. Every word has to fall back to one same page, that is Vata, Pitta, Kapha. You are angry, then what is the status of your Vata, Pitta, Kapha? Is your Pitta high? You are sleepy, okay, it means your Kapha is high. You are having polyuria and diabetes, it means your Kapha is high, You are having angina pectoris and your Vata is high. Your apple, what does this do to your Vata, Pitta, Kapha? You are staying hungry. Everything, every action, every food, every medicine has to answer one common question: what does it do to Vata, Pitta, Kapha? That is why the Ayurveda we study, the Ayurveda Charak and Sushruta advocated is Tridosha Ayurveda. They did not go for Panch Bhautik Ayurveda, which could be another take, where we could convert everything into Panch Mahabhuta, the 5 elements. Panch Mahabhuta relate to living and non-living. That is, by and large, Panch Mahabhuta in the human beings or animals and plants are the anatomy, are the structure. And Vata, Pitta, Kapha is the physiology, is the working. Because life relates more to functioning than anatomy. That is why the Ayurveda seers could agree to go ahead with Tridosha Ayurveda. How do we produce Tridosha Ayurveda in the first place? And this Tridosha explanation is the cornerstone when it comes to the application of Panchkarma. When the pregnancy takes place at the time of conception, Panch Mahabhuta convert some of Panch Mahabhuta's proportions convert into, or they generate Vata Pitta Kapha for the first time. And that is the moment when the Prakriti is fixed, when your Prakriti is decided, depending upon the genetic information material from your mother, father, the nutritional status, environment, mindset, etc. Then your Prakriti is fixed, because for the first time, when the life came into force, when the pregnancy ensued, you produced Vata Pitta Kapha for the first time. Then one is receiving Vata Pitta Kapha supply through maternal nutrition for 9 months, and after delivery, the neonate has to produce one's own Vata Pitta Kapha. And how do we do that? We do it through food, through digestion. We eat, and the food is converted into Kapha, then Pitta, then Vata. And that Pitta, Kapha, Vata, that supply goes to every cell. 40 to 70 trillion cells we are having, and each cell is supplied by the Vata Pitta Kapha being produced in the gastrointestinal tract. Everyone has got a very unique take. No two persons in the world will be having the same Vata Pitta Kapha. This is as unique as your fingerprints. Now, whenever we have got an imbalance, it is said to be illness. It is being unhealthy. When your Vata Pitta Kapha, one or two or all of them, are out of balance. To bring them back to balance, we have got 4 parameters as per Sushruta, that is Shaman, Shodhan, and Ahar, Vihar. So Ahar, food is the most important medicine. Then comes the Vihar, then comes the Shaman, where we give some herbs to eat. And then the most powerful tool comes Panchakarma. When the doshas which went out of balance are not manageable with diet, lifestyle, and herbs, then we have to resort to Panchakarma, which is very clearly mentioned that the doshas which will be expelled through Panchakarma, they will not have that capacity to recapture you. Those which you suppress with Shaman Chikitsa can resurface, but not the ones which have been expelled by Panchakarma. Now, Panchakarma, everyone will not require the whole Panchakarma. Someone could be requiring Vaman and Vasti, some are requiring Virechan and Nasya, some are requiring Vaman and Nasya, You could be requiring one of those 5 procedures, or 2, or all the 5. And I very strongly believe, and I have been practicing it, that we can take up any difficult disease with Panchakarma. We are very, very hopeful. We never make false claims that, okay, no, come to us and we'll heal you, etc. But we have got a genuine protocol, a genuine guideline. And many times we are observing miraculous results firsthand. And interestingly, the most interesting part is, this is way more simpler than we think. Oh, I never did Panchakarma. I did my graduation like 30 years back, or a long time back. I did not practice Panchakarma. How can I give Panchakarma? How can I master or monitor Vaman, Virechan, Vasti, how to compose a Vasti? It's way too simple. And through Neil, I would like to offer this, that because we have got many masters with us, because I'm seeing Dr. Patankar. So anyone who wants to learn Panchakarma through Healing Our Earth, they can contact us, and will be more than happy to train them. And
Yeah,
we seem
lost
to
the
have lost
connection.
the signal with Professor Ish Sharma. So what a nice offer for those who are listening and for those who are over here as well. Should you wish to proceed further and advance in Panchakarma, then contact Healing Our Earth, any member over here, whether it's Vaidrajan Patankar, Amrita Sharma. Professor Ish Sharma is back again.
I lost the connection perhaps. Yes, Patankar sir, maybe after your inputs, please.
Thank you very much, because as EG offered, I am with him always, because I took for last 13 years Panchakarma for practitioners at our institute in Mumbai, and our only institute which gives you hands-on practice. And the not I should say students, but the Vaidyas who are practicing for last 15-20 years, we try to give them confidence in this Panchakarma. And as per Ayurveda, Panchakarma is half treatment or full treatment, as you mentioned, Basti, that is Basti, that is more than half treatment of Ayurveda, and it is definitely helpful. And there are evidences which are definitely helpful to all the people all over the
Okay, I think we are losing signal at it's a very thunderstormy weather in most
I
parts
should
of
say.
India. So
Yeah.
please
And
apologies
we
to people
are
over here.
both
Professor
of us,
Sharma,
and
let's keep it
I think
simplified for the
Sodhir ji is
people.
also there.
Okay.
I'm trying to just mute Rajan
Yeah.
Patan in case if he
Neil
comes.
Kumar, we also have Dr. Pardeep waiting till midnight. Let's take his views on
Yes,
Panchakarma.
we will be
and
taking his
yeah,
views.
Australia.
We'll be taking his views on a moment. For those people who want to know very simple in English what a panchkarma is, it's very simple. It leads you to laxative matters, herbal animals, vomiting therapies, nasal rinsing, and phlebotomy. So, Professor Sharma, of the five, which is the one you guarantee one must do?
Okay. If I continue, why do we fall ill? What is the basic mechanism? Actually, the human body doesn't like taken ill. It resists very much because being healthy is natural, prakriti. Being unhealthy is unnatural, vikriti. So, whatever you do, you try to enhance the symptoms as we do in homeopathy, the body will be cured. You try to suppress them with allopathy, the diseases are cured or at least benefited. You try to set the basics right, like in Ayurveda, like, or you do nothing. You do naturopathy, where you're doing nothing, like no medicine. Diseases are our friends, as says naturopathy. So you do whatever you want to do. The body wants to fall back to normalcy. That is normal. Body doesn't want to be taken ill, but we are so hardworking. We keep on repeating the same mistakes all our lives. Wrong food, wrong lifestyle, no exercise, addictions, the stress, and after so much of hard work for like 20, 30, 40 years, then we wonder, why did this disease come to me? But you never know that actually you have been very hardworking. Unknowingly, you are working very hard to have those diseases with the wrong diet and lifestyle. Now, when we use a vehicle or any machine, we take it for a periodic servicing, maintenance. We have got maintenance plans for computers or your cars, etc. In the same manner, a healthy person should be taking periodic detoxification with panchkarma to stay healthy. And if you are unwell, then you should be going for therapeutic and curative panchkarma. If the time permits, and I can be explaining why do we link like Vata Pitta Kapha to Vaman Virechan Vasti. What is the explanation? If Amrita will allow me, I'll go on. Otherwise, I hand it over to Amrita and then to Pradeep, please.
So, Professor Sharma, we'll go to Pardeep in a moment. Effectively, this is what you are saying. We take good care of our car, we change our tires, we change our oil, we change our fuel and check it. So pay attention to your body as well. It needs regular services, which is the Panch Karma, one of the format as it is. Let's go to another professor who you have tutored in your past, in your life, to Pardeep in Australia, which has gone past midnight. Pardeep, your comment on the knowledge Professor Sharma has shared with us. Over to you, Pardeep.
Global Namaste to Dr. Ish. I can't comment on Dr. Ish's wordings because I'm a learner from him. Boss is always boss. But Panchkarma, as well said by you and Dr. Ish, always taught us that servicing your body, that means detoxifying, servicing your body or cars or any vehicle or whatever, or maybe as we got learned from Dr. Ish, that painting your wall, first you have to scrap it, then wash it, then clean it, then patina it, then paint it. Means you have to do everything, any single thing, live or non-living in your life, you are cleaning that, servicing that. But why not our own body? That may be your all the 5 treatments through Panchkarma. All the roots should be clear from the inside to outside, because toxins are getting made all the time. We have to get detoxified by anyhow, from the nose, from the anus, from the the skin pores, from the ear, from the mouth. All the times, just whatever is getting any foreign particle or any toxin inside the body, we have to get rid of that. And Panchkarma is the only answer.
So Panchkarma is very useful. We're going to pose another question to Professor Ish Sharma, who not only practices Panchakarma, he also sets up for people over there. Anjali, you are a medical doctor there in Hyderabad. As a medical doctor, how relevant is Panchkarma to you?
I think, as we said, integrated medicine, we have to inculcate every forms of different use of medicine. I think Panchkarma has been helping so many of my patients. What modern medicine is not able to help with, Panchkarma is helping. A lot of my patients with autoimmune disease condition, rheumatoid arthritis, lot of other issues like psoriasis and all. So it's a way of life, right? It's correcting the way of life. And I think if it is solving the root issue, the root problem, I think that's marvelous. It's fabulous, I think. And I think Panchkarma should be inculcated together with modern medicine together. I think it was really a boon for a lot of patients who are suffering for so many years without an answer. I think so.
So Anjali, thank you very much. As a medical doctor, you also endorse that. Dr. Dinesh Katoch is here. He would like to make a quick comment. Over to you, Dr. Dinesh.
I think that the Panchkarma is Panchkarma treatment or the Panchkarma therapy. It is just like that. If the imbalance of the body matrix, the dosha, dhatu, mala, if that imbalance cannot be suppressed with the help of the medicines, it means then that imbalance has to be expelled out. And if you see the basic principle of Ayurveda, it says, Prakriti bhutatvat, sosam prakriti bhutatvat na vikarai utsrijate shriram. If the channels of the body, they are clear, disease cannot manifest. So the problem is with the channels. So when something wrong, waste material is accumulated in the channels, those channels have to be clean. And so other principle, I think the golden rule for the healthy life, that is be moderate. Be moderate in all the aspects of life, whether it is food and nutrition, whether it is the routine right from getting up and going to sleep. Second, the behavior and the habits. And the fourth one is mental peace. So all in moderation. And second is, means sub-second part of this, that is avoid hurry, worry, and curry. Curry means all spices and this junk food. Avoid hurry, worry, and curry.
Thank you, Dr. Katoch. What a wonderful one. Hurry, worry, and curry. Keep it cool, keep it calm. And he says simple. He endorses what Professor Sharma and Professor Pardeep said. Keep your channels clear, then you got less chances of falling ill. Okay? Don't hurry, don't worry. Eat your curry, but eat in moderation. It's very simple. And let's go to now Mohit Sandhu. Mohit, you got your hand up. Your comment over next 1 minute. Mohit, over to you. If you could just unmute yourself. Thank you, Mohit. Mohit, if you could unmute yourself. Okay, Mohit seems to be frozen. So let's go. Let's go now. Amrita, it's a good time. Let's go to Dr. Pawan Sharma, who is actually going to talk about Ayurveda in modern times, I feel. And then we will chit-chat again in the panel over here. So over the next 8 minutes, let Dr. Pavan Sharma say about modern Ayurveda. Over to you, Amrita. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil Kumar, and thank you all the guests. Let's welcome Dr. Pavan Sharma. Global Namaste, Dr. Pavan Sharma. Namaskar. Kindly unmute yourself.
Namaskar, Namaskar Amrita ji, Neil ji, and all the expert speakers. Namaskar.
So, Dr. Pavan Sharma, you yourself has been a great professional in the field of Ayurveda, running so many things and so many platforms and enlightening people in so many ways all your life, from your profession to right now. And then a very right topic you have hit on Ayurveda in the modern times. Could you make your camera landscape as you did before? It was perfect, actually. Yes, perfect. Perfect.
It is perfect, but
Yes.
I am trying to share my presentation if possible. Otherwise, I will
Please
just
give you can just, we can have chit chat because it's just 8 minutes and then we can have a complete chit chat. We have a lot of stalwarts to discuss. So please, your points on Ayurveda in modern times. What have you to say? Thank you.
Namaskar. Namaskar. I am generally starting from the prayer of Lord Dhanvantari. So allow me please for 1 minute. Avirbabhuva kalasham dadharna vadyah piyusha purna mamaratva krate chorana rojjalajina janata janita prachanso dhanvantaricha bhagavan Bhavikaya Bhuyat. Sri Dhanvantaraye Namah. Om Shanti.
Dr. Pavan,
After praying Lord Dhanvantari.
Dr.
Pardon?
Pavan, that
Yes.
was wonderful. You brought the spiritual touch onto the audience globally. Maybe later, after 10 minutes, we want you to do a longer version of it, because that's what Ayurveda is about, bringing sukoon and peace in people's mind, whether it's through yoga, meditation, Vedic science. So well done. And over to you. Just before you start, could you tell me, what does Independent Research Ethics Society do, and what influence has it got over authorities like Ayurveda, homeopathy, Unani, etc.? Over to you.
Independent Research Society is the premier NGO. I am based in Calcutta, but servicing in Bhopal at present as Professor and HOD of Rathshastra. But Independent Research Ethics Society is providing awards, is arranging conferences, CMEs, workshops, camps, right from 15 years in Calcutta. And from Corona era, we have started Ayush Samriddhi International webinar series. I can show you my webinar is also in continuation. I have started my webinar and joined your webinar after starting my webinar with the prayer, and 3 webinars per day. In last 365 days, we have conducted 894 webinars, and in 5 years, we have been able to conduct 2,360 webinars. So it is due to your best wishes. But this was meant for Independent Ethics Committee. Independent Ethics Committee is there in Calcutta. So they told us to make the society before 15 years. And we are fortunate that we have made Independent Research Ethics Society, and we are conducting so many activities, and we can join hands here. We have our 6,000 subscribers on YouTube, 2,300 plus videos. Yes, come in. But so
amazing.
Sorry.
Yes, please.
So we are conducting 3 webinars daily without any interruption, from airport, from bus stand, from railway station, from everywhere I have conducted and hosted these webinars. My subject of the day is modernized Ayurveda, and modernized Ayurveda we can see everywhere. Previously, I'm focusing myself because only 8 minutes are there, 10 minutes are there. So I am focusing on clinical practice. Otherwise, modernization has done in research, development, clinical practices, pharmacy, agriculture. In every aspect of Ayurveda modernization, we can observe all over India, not in India only, but everywhere. For example, if a person wants to start a clinic, everything is available in shortcut. For pulse diagnosis, now Nadi Tarangani is there, government approved, HCISM approved. Veda Pulse from Russia is there, Ayurveda is there. So many softwares are there, so we can install the software on our computer or mobile, and we can diagnose completely in how many percentage what is there, in how many percentage fit is there, and then like so on. Not only that, in hospital management, clinic management, Vaidya Manager like tool, all are electronic tools. Vaidya Manager is available. Rudra is available for hospital management, all of these softwares. And above all, our government of India launched a software with CDAC, Central Center for Development in Advanced Computing. They launched a software before 20 years, 25 years, I am not accurate in that, but Ayusoft, great software. But due to its length and its comprehensiveness, like a compendium, it has 4 modules. All 4 modules are necessary for practice in our clinic. So, no doctor should remember their text, but they can open the computer and they will get everything right from the diagnosis to the billing. If you have medicine list in your clinic dispensary, that can create bill also. So that is Ayusoft, a great software right from Prakriti analysis, Vikrati analysis, tentative diagnosis, differential diagnosis. And if you click on your final diagnosis, it will communicate the tentative medicines for that also, that please prescribe out of these medicines. So it is on the doctor's wisdom that what medicine should be prescribed out of 3 or 4 according to the patient's prakriti or sthiti, desh, pal, kal, dusya, whatever it may be. But the assessment on the patient, particularly, specifically, is the right of Ayurvedic Vaidya, not a software. So software can suggest us the tentative formulations also, pricing also. And then if we move further, in one room of 10 by 10, it was not possible previously to establish a Panchkarma center. But now, portable, movable, so many, I'm unable to show you the pictures. Please keep my lecture either before 7 p.m. So I will be able to show you the presentations also. I have lengthy presentation for particularly in this. So hospital management software, clinic management software, pulse diagnosis software, with disease diagnosis software, billing software, prescription software. What else we need in the name of modernization? Number one. Number second, if we go to R&D, complete R&D is now modernized. Right from the entry of a raw material pharmacognosy, we are using pharmacognosy, microbiology, we are using pharmaceutical chemistry to analyze, and all development of the product, quality control. So quality control is also developed. Now the system of dispensing is also being developed by some company, that medicine will be dispensed in accurate dose for the hospitals, and that dispensing machine will be installed in each and every Ayurvedic hospital very soon. So these are the modernization of a clinic. If we go to agriculture, National Medicinal Plant Board, State Medicinal Plant Board has developed SOPs for endangered species because we are using much, growing less. So to avoid this and danger on the herbs or plants or trees, because we have lost so many varieties in last 1 decade or 2 decades, government has SOP for technology for cultivation, storage, processing, and transportation to the ultimate user or consumer or customer, whatever it may be. So industry is the best user, right from R&D, quality control, production, and dispensing and transportation. Everywhere modernization can be observed because previously we were making on our yantras, small yantras, quantity required were small, and Vaidya was manufacturing. This is the difference. In modernization, we have lost our, I'm sorry to quote here, but for palliative care, for geriatric care, opium and cannabis was also used. But due to NDPS Act, this Vijaya we have lost to from Ayurveda. We are fearing to prescribe this as a medicine. I'm doing PhD in this age of 62 years, being a professor of Rasastra on cannabis, social and medicinal. So we have lost so many varieties, but we have developed ourselves with new varieties. Ginseng, there was not that was not in Ayurveda, but now we are using. So many medicines are like this, and in quality control, we are the best if it is done. If it is done, because generally higher level company, I was vice president of Imami Jhandu. I am retired from Imami and Jhandu before 3 years and joined here as a professor. So well-developed R&D center is there in Calcutta, 5 stories, right from the Ayurvedic medicine to face analysis for the cosmetic, how many acne pimples are there, how many pores are there before treatment and after treatment. In clinical research also we are modernized now. Everything is on the basis of good clinical practices decided by our government of India, health department, and various equipments, softwares, protocols, everything is modernized in Ayurveda. So we can say that Ayurveda is ready to face challenges for modernization, and our principle must not be lost. We may be modernized on the basis of technology or software. These 2 webinars simultaneously is the example of best modernization in Ayurveda, that a person can conduct 2 webinars on different devices simultaneously. This is also modernization of Ayurveda. When I am the disciple, greatest disciple, disciplined disciple of 6,000 gurus. In my webinar, 6,000 speakers pool is with me. Really, I am grateful to them that they have taught me like anything because I can't move here and there. I am the host, so I have to listen each and everyone. And I am the best disciple of 6,000 guru. When Dattatreya, respected God Dattatreya, had 24 guru. And really, my desire is that God will give me next Janma in Ayurveda only, because otherwise in this late age of 60s, what I will do of this knowledge. So I am ready to have next Janma in Ayurveda also, though I am from 5 generation. Grandfather was Rajvaidya, father was director Ayurveda, after 4 colleges principal, mother superintendent, wife vice president Imami. I was also vice president Imami, did my MD in 1989 from Jamnagar.
Thank you, Dr. Pawan. Thank you very much for giving us a bit of insight over there. The important fact that you mentioned was that Ayurveda is ready for a modern challenge. So stay here for a moment. I want to find out from Professor Ish Sharma, who led from the Ayush Ministry in Mauritius, how technology played part and how far behind. So I'll go around and ask questions to Pardeep as well, who is in Australia. Let's go to Professor Ish Sharma. Professor Ish Sharma, Dr. Pawan is now ready to embrace technology, which is very important. What role do you think technology and AI will play and expand into Ayurveda knowledge at consumer level? Over to you.
Okay. Technology is really becoming more and more important with every passing day. Now, today, across the globe, we are able to connect. This is all because of this wonderful technology. And this is in our hands how to use it, how to apply it. So, my belief is that we have to make the best of it. There are experts. Interestingly, there are the best technology institutes. The top ones in India are known as Indian Institutes of Technology. They are more than ready to like collaborate with Ayurveda institutes because they want to bring this goodness of Ayurveda into some technical, objective, transferable kind of a protocol where this does not stay subjective when it doesn't stay doesn't is not limited by the mood of that particular teacher or human being. So that surely is Ayurveda has got, on the contrary, Ayurveda has got a lot to offer to the technology and to AI. So because we have got the wisdom, and this is such an objective wisdom which will transform the health scenario the world over. So we are
And
looking forward to a very healthy incorporation. Neil, maybe there are better experts to comment upon this topic.
Professor Sharma, not only do we have a wisdom, but the wisdom has been tested for several millennia. And therefore, it is so important that at the consumer level, when the AI becomes very rife and it is becoming so fast, how wonderful that maybe every home will have an Ayurveda expert. They will still need to consult a consultant for a specific ailment, but it's so important. Professor Pardeep, you're in Australia. You have now almost settled for over a year. How is technology playing part for Ayurveda in Australia?
Nilji, as I will tell that a lot of things are going on, but still different rules and regulations are there in Australia because whatever we can practice is limited here. If you are talking about the different technologies, as I was in Pune in 2005, and at that time CDEC work was started, and some of my colleagues were there, as Dr. Pawan Sharmaji explained very well. I have listened to him in many lectures. I have done the Sakshat Darshan of Pawanji when he was in Imami in some lectures in the Nasya. And the thing is, if we are talking about the Nadi Tarangani or something, Pulse Veda from Russia or some softwares of ourselves, and also we are talking about these days about the AI, the artificial intelligence. See, the word itself says artificial intelligence and intelligence. Whatever the things manual we can do with our own hands, as Dr. Ish always words that Pursham Viksha, whatever we can feel, whatever is coming in our mind that this ashwagandha root is for this, ashwagandha leaves are for this, ashwagandha churna is for this, ashwagandha wrist is for this, ashwagandha stem is for this, means whatever is coming in my mind at the particular time, that ashwagandha is an anabolic steroid, or it is the aphrodisiac, or it is the vatahara drug, means whatever is coming in my mind after comparing all the things in one go, that this is the what you can say prakriti, this is the dosha condition, this is the dhatus, this is the past history, present history, whatever we can conclude with our knowledge from our authentic text, whatever is coming to a particular Vaidya at the particular time. So it's my view, other can take it or leave it, that whatever is manually possible, well, technology can't do.
So that's
But of
wonderful
course,
input.
with the one more thing to add here, whatever, as Dr. E said, that AI can revolutionize Ayurveda by enhancing personalized health assessments, promoting preventive care and integrative health data analysis. Like whatever we are doing these days, that integrative health approach, combining all the pathies at one level, as most of the times we were discussing that there will be one level that all the pathies will be discussed, and one layman can choose for his particular disease, let it be for the diabetes. If the acupressure is helping this, acupuncture is helping this, Ayurveda is helping this, homeopathy is helping this, modern science is helping this, there can be the integrative approach of the common protocol, the preventive, curative aspects of all the diseases at one platform. Maybe Healing Our Earth can be the best platform for that, for doing that things. That in these types of integrative approach, Healing Our Earth and modern technologies along with AI can help. I think so.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Pardeep. What a compliment way of saying that Healing Our Earth can also be part of it. So stay around. We are going to take a comment from Professor Laxmikant, who will stick to a bit of Hindi in a moment. Just before we go to him, Dr. Pawan, all the software that you are talking about, are they on a beta testing at the moment, or they are approved by the institute in India?
They are approved. IOSoft is approved by CDAC. That Nadi Tarangani is approved by NCIHM. And in those software also, human intervention is also optional. You should see pulse, and then you should mention your recording in the software and tally with the software, like astrology software. Astrology Kundali we can make, but then also we have need of the astrologer for perception. He is very right. Doctor is very right. I am really thanking him. But technology is definitely maintaining some principles, SOPs. Otherwise, in pulse diagnosis, only one sentence I will finish. In pulse diagnosis, what I have observed, I have visited more than 50,000 clinics of Ayurveda on behalf of Imami. In one hand, pulse is there. In other hand, pen is there. The focus is on the line of the patient in front of a doctor. How can that pulse diagnosis be accurate? It is the question. Definitely, it is the question. And that question has been solved by the technology. You can input your intervention also, your observation also, but technology make us confident.
Thank you, Dr. Pawan. Technology will certainly help, and we can bring Ayurveda right to any consumer language, because technology can also translate into any language on the earth. Stay around, Dr. Pawan. We are shortly going to go to Dr. Avtar. As soon as he makes his video landscape, please, then we will be inviting Dr. Avtar when his landscape. Amrita, let's welcome in Hindi, that's fine, to Professor Laxmikant Vedi, who is here, and if he can start his video and unmute himself. So Professor, you can start your video again, please, and unmute yourself. Professor Laxmikant, namaste, global namaste, आपका स्वागत है Healing Our Earth में. Amrita, over to you.
Namaste. Thank you, Neil Kumar. Namaskar, Professor Lakshmikant. इस ग्लोबल प्लेटफॉर्म पे जिसपे हम आज आयुर्वेदा के ऊपर चर्चा कर रहे हैं, और आपकी फील्ड, जो इस फील्ड में आप हैं, उसके ऊपर आपकी क्या विचार है, जिसपे हमारी चर्चा हो रही है, जिसमें हम ये बात कर रहे हैं कि टेक्नोलॉजी का कितना बड़ा इम्पोर्टेंट रोल हो सकता है इन ट्रेडिशनल पैथीज को आगे बढ़ाने में, और क्या ये टेक्नोलॉजी हमें किस ओर लेके जा सकती है आगे, इफ वी नीड टू वैलिडेट, और हम एविडेंसेस कलेक्ट कर रहे हैं आज के टाइम में रिसर्च और डेवलपमेंट ऑफ आयुर्वेदा के लिए. आपके क्या विचार हैं इस पे? धन्यवाद.
नमस्कार सभी विद्वानों को. मैं पिछले डेढ़ घंटा से सुन रहा था आपके साथ जुड़ के. ये अचानक लिंक मेरे पास आया तो मैंने जिज्ञासावश इसको ज्वाइन किया, और विद्वान लोग मेरे सामने हैं. कुछ को मैं परिचित हूँ, ईश शर्मा जी हैं, या वैद्य पाटनकर सर हैं, राजन सर. ये रेगुलर हम लोग चर्चा करते रहते हैं. और जो हमारे साथ में और भी साथी हैं जिन्होंने मुझे यहाँ ज्वाइन करने के लिए थोड़ा सा समझाया. तो मैं तो इतना ही कहूँगा कि जहाँ तक फील्ड की बात है, तो बेसिकली तो मैंने BAMS किया तो मैं आयुर्वेद का हूँ. बाद में अगर एक्सपर्टाइज की बात आती है तो मैं रसशास्त्र का हूँ, MD रसशास्त्र किया. फिर PhD किया तो उसमें मैंने मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट पे तंत्र शास्त्र में रुद्रयामल तंत्र पे काम किया, और वो एक अलग ही क्रम है। तो जहाँ रसशास्त्र की बात आती है तो हम लोग पंचकर्म की अभी बात कर रहे थे और उसको चैनल के साथ जोड़ दिया या जो कुछ भी किया, तो इंग्लिश में अनुवाद करते करते कुछ बदल जाता है, अर्थ का अनर्थ भी हो जाता है। तो बिगिनर के लिए, जो एक्सपर्ट हैं वो इशारे में बोलते हैं, सामने वाला समझ लेता है। तो अभी चर्चा चल रही थी पंचकर्म की, तो वहाँ पंचभूत सिद्धांत से शुरू हुआ। तो पहले आयुर्वेद हेतुलिंग औषध ज्ञान के रूप में था, फिर अष्टांग प्रविभाग हुआ, आज तो बहुत सारे ब्रांचेज हो गए। तो जितने अंग भंग होंगे वैसे वैसे हम आयुर्वेद से दूर होते जाएंगे और होलिस्टिक अप्रोच में रहे तो आयुर्वेद आयुर्वेद है और आयुर्वेद शाश्वत है। कभी भी इसको मॉडर्न से अलग नहीं कर सकते। युग धर्म के आधार पे ये युगानुरूप संदर्भ में प्रतिसंस्कार हुआ है और इसके लिए रसशास्त्र के लिए भी मैं कहूंगा, किंतु एकदम अंग्रेजी बोलना या उसको इंग्लिश नाम दे देना, टर्म देना, ये अनधिकार होगा। पहले उसमें हम लोग जब जन स्वीकार्यता हो उसको रिकॉर्ड करें। तो फोर्थ फेज में रिसर्च होने के बाद जब आगे काम करते हैं और पब्लिकली एक्सेप्टेड होता है तब उसको रिकॉर्ड बना देती है आयुर्वेद। वो प्रक्रिया कर हजारों सालों से चली आ रही है, एविडेंस मिलते हैं और हम लोग इतिहास नहीं पढ़ते हैं, पीछे जाते नहीं है। नहीं तो इसमें कहीं दो राय नहीं है कि आयुर्वेद शाश्वत है और युगानुरूप संदर्भ में उसमें प्रतिसंस्कार हुए हैं। और जैसा आपका प्रश्न था कि औषधि निर्माण में भी तो ये सब होगा, किंतु टर्मिनोलॉजी आयुर्वेद की रहेगी तो आयुर्वेद का भला है। और उसको अगर हमने साइंस बना दिया तो फिर आयुर्वेद तो आयुर्वेद है, साइंस एक अलग चीज है। तो
थैंक यू।
वेद और विज्ञान के आधार पे हम इसको देखते हैं। तो
Thank
मेरा
you.
तो इतना ही समझ है कि हम एकदम ही मॉडर्न हो जाएं और आयुर्वेद को संहिता को छोड़ दें तो दूसरी बात आएगी। साइंस पढ़ के आते हैं बच्चे, क्रीम बनाते हैं और कहते हैं साहब श्वेत मल्हर राल मल्हर यादव जी की बुक में है, तो संहिता को हमने हाथ नहीं लगाया। और उसमें अगर है इमलसल बनाने का तरीका जो हम बस्ती में भी काम में लेते हैं या सिक्स तेल में भी आगे काम में आएगा, राल मल्हर बनता है उसमें काम में आएगा, और उसके एविडेंस आपको टेक्सचुअल रेफरेंस में मिलते हैं पुरानी किताबों में। तो हम सीधा रेफरेंस देते हैं एएफआई का, या एएफआई में रेफरेंस दिया वैसे जितना मिलेगा सिंपली हिंगवस्त्र चूर्ण। तो
Thank
ये
you.
सारी बात।
Thank you, Professor. Dhanyavad. So, Professor is saying very clearly that it is okay to go for technology. Be careful because a literal translation sometimes loses the meaning of the actual Ayurveda terminology. Thank you, Professor Lakshmikant. We'll come back to you. Dr. Attar, can you make your video landscape, please? Just like how all the other people are. So it looks professional on the video. So if you landscape your video, then we'll come to you. So
How can I landscape, Dr. Joshi?
Yes, if you just
How-
landscape your
Turn the
video.
camera.
How can I? It's okay.
No,
Thank you.
you are on a portrait mode. Look at all of us. We are landscape. So just flip your
इसे
instrument if you are
घुमाइए,
on the
आप
phone.
घुमाइए डॉक्टर अवतार जी, इसे घुमाएंगे तो आपका कैमरा लैंडस्केप
If
हो
you
जाएगा।
are if you are on the phone, yeah, then
Yeah.
if it's Android, then just flip it.
Flip.
Okay. I'm not very good on the technology, Neil.
ऐसे ऐसे घुमाइए डॉक्टर
Oh.
अवतार जी, ऐसे
गुरुदेव फोन को लेटा दीजिए, खड़ा है वो बेचारा।
Yes, that's it. Now don't touch. Don't touch your instrument. That is perfect now. So let's welcome
Okay.
Dr. Avtar Singh, who has cured and helped so many people here in London. Amrita, over to you. He's also going to be part of this festival here as well. Maybe you can start with that. So it's so good that he's part of this festival.
थैंक यू वेरी मच नील जी। सभी को ग्लोबल नमस्ते, बहुत बहुत प्यार।
Yes, Dr. Avatar ji, we want to make people aware about the upcoming conference, which is again a very special conference because this has a lot of things to do with the integration of the futuristic approach of Ayurveda on global healthcare system. And it is going to be hosted from London at Honor Oak Park from 2nd and 3rd June 2025. And it is being organized by Association of Ayurveda Academy. And we have a lot of people who are joining this conference to talk on the globalization and the future perspective of Ayurveda. If you want to be a part of it, please sign in and register yourself. And the amount is 50 pounds for 2 days for students, as well as for other delegates, it's 100 pounds for 2 days. And Dr. Avatar is going to be a part of this conference, and a lot of stalwarts from Ayurveda and beyond will be the part of this conference. So, Avatarji, we are very glad to have you at this platform, along with Venkat Joshi ji and all our big dignitaries of Ayurveda
And
who have been a part of it. Yes.
Amrita, he is going to touch on the subject, a very important subject that maybe a lot of people suffer from, which is cholesterol and blood pressure. So, Dr. Avatar, if you concentrate on cholesterol and blood pressure only for the next 5 minutes or 7 minutes, then we can chit chat with you. Over to you, Dr. Avatar. Thank you and welcome to Healing Our Earth.
Thank you very much, Neilji. I just start that one. All the participants, they spoken very, very nice and both to the point on. I don't have to tell their names. They're all from myself. It's a salute to them. And blood pressure, in my point of view, blood pressure not any disease, and there's no any medication can cure the blood pressure. Blood pressure is a problem, is some internal system is unbalanced. It doesn't matter endocrine system, doesn't matter our organ system. Blood pressure is just a sign of them. They are not balanced. Do the balance. Look after yourself. Blood pressure automatically. That's the reason blood pressure never stays same. Sometimes come down, sometimes come high. Blood pressure, people taking blood pressure medication whole life. If the medication work on that one, if that is the disease, then it can be cured with any medication. As a researcher, I always say, in last year, I said there is no any disease. All our body system is unbalanced. That's the reason we're suffering. As before, we have the very good technology, and they say we look after our body system at least once a year. We call Panchkarma. What for the Panchkarma? To that, there is make the balance Vata Pitta Kapha. Which dosh is unbalanced, when you do the balance, automatically our body start working, our systems start working. We no need to teach our system, cure our themselves. We have to just give the little support, then automatically they start working. You need the one good professional Ayurveda Acharya, go to him. He can tell you if he know the job. Many times I told in my videos, I say do once a year blood check, full blood check, take that report to the Ved, doctor, homeopathy, allopathy, anybody. If he tell you 50% your problem without telling him, that means that Vaidya, doctor can cure you, give you the relief. Don't tell him where you are pain. Don't tell him what you have the problem. Just give your blood report. And tell him, if the Ayurveda Acharya, they always check the nadi. Pulse check. He can tell you without you telling anything. Otherwise, Ayurveda Acharya, they still have the very good Acharya. They can, if he know the job, he can tell you. And he can tell you what you do, then your system become balanced. You don't need to whole life medication. That's my belief. That's what I'm doing here. Not of one or hundreds, thousands of patients we done that one. Do the balance your body system. Eat what your body need, not unnecessary. If your body reduce, your system say unhappy what you eaten, don't eat again. Our body is very clever. Our system is so clever. Nature made this body. No one can make next 1 million years. We already have an Ayurveda is best knowledge. If somebody keep little bit knowledge, then blood pressure can solve. If they're not solving that blood pressure, then you have to go and check up properly, then blood pressure. So even good Vaidacharya within 2 to 3 weeks, bring your blood pressure normal. He tell you what kind of organ is not helping you or giving you the problem. That's in my clinically experience I done. I'm not say how many patients I done blood pressure medication. They don't taking any more blood pressure medication. Other, you say triglyceride or cholesterol. Why cholesterol is in our arteries, veins is stuck? That is also because we doing everything, enjoying our life, no food we eating properly, no sleeping like before Sharma ji and other my colleagues, all they told that one. Pradeep ji told this one. We actually abusing our system. We not sleeping properly, no eating properly, not doing rest properly, unnecessarily taking the stress. We never calm. We always think we are intelligent, our children are stupid. We are intelligent, our relatives are stupid. This is the biggest problem, I think. Doesn't matter blood pressure, doesn't matter cholesterol. When our body is not the mood to repairing themselves, then cholesterol in our body. Where cholesterol came? I'm still eating every day nearly 50 to 60, 100 gram butter every day. Every day, in my diet, I'm not eating anything. All good food I'm eating. Cholesterol become when we are stressed in our body. There. Otherwise, you can imagine. Little hint I give. Our body's inside temperature is 36.5 all the time. How can any butter can stuck there in any arteries? This is scientific. In my researcher, I say 36, less than 36 when go, we can't walk then, with 35 come. If they go more than 37, we still have the problem. So how can any oil can stuck inside? In our Shastra say, ghee is best medication. I learn Ayurveda in Punjab state, Siddha Ayurveda. My father, grandfather, they all was the Vedya. We have our own Gurukul. He always says, in Punjabi says, 100 chacha te ek pyo, 100 daru te ek kyo. 100 चाचा इकट्ठा कर लो तो एक प्यो जैसी बात नहीं हो सकती, बाप जैसा नहीं बन सकता वो। 100 दारू लेने की जरूरत नहीं है, घी आपको हजम होना चाहिए, मगर अगर हजम नहीं होता तो खाओगे तो बीमार होगे। वो हजम क्यों नहीं होता, डाइजेस्ट क्यों नहीं? व्हाई दे नॉट द डाइजेस्ट बटर until if ghee is digesting your body, it means you don't have any problem. You have to look after your body, not unnecessarily eat it. This is the so these things need to be cleansing. Like I respect Panchakarma very much, but it is my own creation, that one we call Saptakarma. So many articles written on that one. Dr. Neha Sharma from Arogyam, they wrote the article on that one, and some program they done on my Saptakarma cleansing, full body cleansing. I design is new type of Saptakarma, full body cleansing, then clean every part of body. And beauty of that one, you can give to, I gave 1.5-year-old child and 99 plus, any stage of any problem or health problem. And very easy to take, and a clean whole body, not only some part of. We know all the Panchakarma, and Panchakarma is a great therapy where you can't give the Panchakarma, you can give the Saptakarma. That's my own invention, and I'm doing that one. And most of my patients, cancer, COVID, everything, I'm using that one. That is the best medication I made for the autoimmune diseases. They call autoimmune diseases in Ayurveda we call asadhya, mahasadhya. They give the new name. Everybody is like clapping the, oh, allopathy they done. Allopathy just only 200-year old. This world is living 1,000 million years ago. And with the Ayurveda, we're doing that one. So great job, that one. And blood pressure, triglyceride, this one, all these are problem because we not look after our body. We not look after our system. We want to, through the medication, cure. No one can cure. Whole life, if somebody want to take medications, go ahead. But if they want to cure, find the good Ayurveda practitioner. As I told you, take your blood pressure, blood report, give it to him. If he tells you the 50% your health problem without you are telling, then he can cure you. Ayurveda practitioners are very great. They know the Ayurveda, who know the proper Ayurveda. They can deal with that matters.
Thank
Not
you,
only
Doctor.
matters, they can deal any matters.
Thank you, Dr. Avtar. So Dr. Avtar is very
Thank
clear.
you.
You don't have to go and give your history to an Ayurveda expert. Give them a proper blood report and see how much they can diagnose for you. Then the confidence will come. And once you get the confidence, then whatever the doctor is talking, you will be able to get it in you, and the treatment starts naturally rather than allopathy. Dr. Vaidya Patankar, your quick comment on that, and Pardeep, your quick comment before we move to Harshavardhan in Pune.
Very well said by Avtarji. Yes, in our house, everyone consumes at least 3 teaspoons of ghee, homemade ghee, every day. And we are all fit. I am now 66, but still going strong. So thank you very much for highlighting this ghee, because so many our patients also asked, is ghee okay for us? So I told them, yes, you have to consume it, because the lubrication which we need. Sorry to say.
Yeah, your signal is cutting off. Pardeep, you in Australia, you love ghee?
Yeah, of course, Neilji, I love ghee.
आप health से नहीं देख सकते.
So let's remind the consumers and the people who are listening to us on YouTube, Facebook. Yes, ghee is good, but don't be crazy. That doesn't mean you
Digestion
start
should be proper.
drinking ghee. Everything in
Digestion should be proper.
moderation is very good. Ghee, 1 spoon, 2 spoon, 3 spoon, whatever is suitable for your body, it is good, and it's okay to consume, and try to make sure that it's not adulterated ghee and is as pure as that you can get. So that's the benefit. And to get the confidence on your Ayurveda expert, take your blood report, hand it over to them, give them a chance to read it, and see what they come up with is what Dr. Avtar does with his patients. And he has got a lot of testimony. If you go to his Facebook, you will see it down there. Dr. Avtar, thank you very much. It's wonderful. Stay around. We're going to chit chat with you in a moment, okay?
I want to one thing clear about the ghee.
Yeah.
If you don't digest the ghee, it's mean not suitable for you. Your body need to be repaired. Only eat ghee if you can digest. Sorry to this one. Not clear, everybody can do it. But if you don't digest, go and find out good physician. He can tell you what is the reason you don't digest. Until you digest the ghee means you are perfect.
So there you are. Make sure that you can digest the ghee. Don't go crazy on it. Like everything in moderation is beautiful. Let's go to Harshavardhan Kulkarni. I think they are in Pune. His mother and father both have been at Healing Our Earth regularly. Amrita, over to you, and let's welcome in and his specialist subject, and then we chit chat with him. Over to you, Amrita. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you, Dr. Avtarji, for joining us. It was a very good discussion, and it's time to move from UK to India. Dr. Harshvardhan Kulkarni, global namaste and a warm welcome to this episode of Ayurveda. Your talk very precisely is on an evidence-based study in case of male infertility, and you have been practicing with your mother in this field, and you yourself is an Ayurveda professional, and practicing and believing in that system, you have cured people, and that's what you are going to share with us. So
Yes.
over 5 to 8 minutes,
Yes.
it's up to you. Kindly share your presentation.
Yes,
And
I will
over
share.
to you.
Okay.
So while he's
So
trying to
this
share it with us,
Harshvardhan.
wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, we have got a share here from Dr. Harshavardhan, male infertility. If you could maximize your screen, so we can,
Please.
so we don't see your,
Yeah,
yes,
perfect.
perfect.
It's fine. So my screen is visible to everyone?
Yes.
And am I audible to everyone?
Yes, very well. Please
Yes,
go ahead.
okay, okay. So let's start. Namaste. Global namaste to everyone. So my today's topic is male infertility. So I will start with one of the recent incidents in our clinic. One of the lady, like she was around 35, 34 years old. She visited our clinic with lots of hopes for the fertility. She was taking a treatment from various pathies and various, she had done the various surgical procedures before, and still she was not getting the conception or not getting the child. And later on, some friend, some another Vaidya or some another doctor suggested that go for the Ayurveda and ask them for their opinion. So she came to our clinic, and then we started asking our questions. So basically in our clinic, it's our protocol that the patient, like for the fertility, they need to visit our clinic as a couple. So it should not be like girl visiting with her parents or like girl visiting her in-laws or friends, something like that. So in our clinic, it's our protocol. So we started asking the questions to the husband also, that what is happening to you? How is your sexual intercourse? How is your sexual power? Are you suffering or are you having any kind of pain during the intercourse? So later on, we understood that that person is having some problem. So I asked him to come inside. I need to check your penis. So in our Ayurveda, it's very important to see the Indriya Viksha. So we need to see the organ to understand whatever is going inside the body. So I asked him to come inside, and I saw his penis. Then I came to know that he was suffering from the hypospadias. So it's an anatomical deformity he was having. So such kind of things are many times are ignored while treating the fertility. Most of the times in our India, like it's a taboo to treat only female part, but it's very important to treat the male part also, because they contribute 50% in treatment as well. So it's very understandable to that the person needs to go with the surgery to clear this hypospadias, and then they can conceive. It's as clear as water. So to introduce with the subject, we are going to differentiate that part in 3 parts, like physical, physiological, and psychosomatic. So in physical part, there are many aspects, like what we have seen right now is the hypospadias. If there is anatomical deformity is there, like small penis is there, some like scrotum is, there is an injury to the scrotum in the childhood. Somebody fall from the bicycle or fall from the bike and they get injured in this at the region of scrotum. These things happen. Many times we have the cases of undescended testes also. So also there is a possibility of phimosis, and then they have the operative of circumcision is there. And then the most important part we are experiencing right now in these days, that if the person is having some tubercular disease history before, then the testicular atrophy is also seen. So such kind of physical forms of abnormalities are seen while treating the male infertility. Then the next part is physiological part. So physiological part we can understand like in a Sharir Kriya form. So there are many aspects like mithyachar, like mithyar, like If the food is not proper, if there is not proper ahar and vihar, like lifestyle is not proper, then such kind of infertility or such kind of malformation of Shukra Dhatu can occur in the person. Right now, Dr. Avatar sir was talking about the ghee consumption and everything and the Agni aspect of it. So it is really important to ask the patients to consume the ghee to increase the snehana gun in the body, so that people can increase their Agni and their the dhatu formation or the tissue formation is very well, and ultimately they can become the fertile. So we need to understand the Agni, and we need to explain the importance of ghee to the patient, because right now, as Dr. Avatar sir said, that many times people ignore it or sometimes they don't believe on it. So it's our duty as a Vaidya to explain the importance of ghee to the patient also. Then there is a right now first aspect for the physiological is ati vyavai. If the person is doing extreme intercourse like every day 3 to 4 times, 4 to 5 times with his wife, or he is not doing with his wife and he's having some multiple partners, then there is also problem. Then the next part is ati vyayam. Ati vyayam is over exercise. Many times people are going for the gym, they are doing the gym at any time of the day. Many times people visit at the night, at afternoon, after the meals. So we need to counsel the patients for the proper appropriate timings of the exercise and appropriate quantity of the exercise, so that they can have the benefit of the exercise rather than having the contradictory effects of the exercise on their body. Then the next part is mithya ahar, the improper food. If the person, like many times in India, the male part, like boys, leave their home to study higher education. So most of the times they visit city parts, or sometimes they visit the metro cities, and they used to live in the hostels. So the mess, most of the times hostel food, the food from the mess, like or if the food from the mess is not good, they used to eat in the outside restaurants or everything. But the food quality is hampered during that period, and it's not for the 1 month or 2 months. It's the major part of their growing, and like 3 to 4 years they spend with such kind of routine. And during such kind of like higher studies, they used to sleep at day and they used to wake up at night to study and follow the improper routines, so that such kind of 4 to 5 years in their growing age hampers their fertility a lot. So we are seeing such kind of patients very in a very much quantity in our clinic. So that we need to understand and we need to explain to our patients the importance of lifestyle, how they want to follow in their life, how they need to behave. Like in simple words, if they want to eat food, they need to eat the good quality of the food. If they want to pee, they need to go to pee. If they want to go for the toilet, they need to go to the toilet. And if they want to sleep at night, they need to sleep at the night also. But it's important. But nowadays, many times of due to shift duties and everything, like night calls and everything, many times people surrender their sleep and have the adverse effect of lack of sleep in their body. As we all know that sleep is very important in an aphrodisiac, like vrushyata in the body. So we need to give them the proper understanding of importance of sleep also. We in our clinic, we use the yoga nidra for creating the sankalpa of healthy mind, healthy body, and healthy soul, so that they will get some good benefits of yoga nidra also, and it will help to increase their fertility also. Now the next part is psychosomatic. The many times people are suffering from the stress, overeating. So many times people are obese, so their motility, their sperm count gets hampered in such kind of things. So next part is addiction. Many times people smoke or they consume the alcohol weekly, daily. We need to ask the patients how much they are consuming the alcohol. So we need to take the case of Ayurvedic in an Ayurvedic manner to understand the importance and understand the dosha dhatu and Agni concept in the body of the patient. Then and then only we can understand and we can give the treatment precisely. It's not on the only investigation. Like if the patient comes with you asthenospermia, then we need to give the pushpadhanva. It's not like that. I will give you some examples of how this doesn't work. So this is like one of the important factor. Dr. Renuka also speaks on it every time, that we need to practice, or we need to investigate Shukra as per our parameters. So I will share you the video and of the Ayurvedic way of Shukra Parikshan. So right now we are seeing here, this is the Kafadushta Shukra. It went in at the bottom of the vessel, and it's like a granthi, it's like a clot. So it's not dispersing in the water after a few minutes also. So it's properly Prithvi Apa Pradhan, Prithvi water element dominant Shukra. So we need to give here the treatment according to our principles, irrespective of it is having asthenospermia or less number of sperms or more number of sperms. It doesn't bother to us. I will like to share one case. It is like I have the patient who was having Amlapitta Shirashul, Manyashul, and if his food timings are irregular, then he used to suffer from the chardi, like vomiting also. He used to go to the toilet for 2 times in a day. He was having adman, and there is a peculiar feature of Mukhadushika which was with the pus. So it is very important to understand, according to Ayurveda, Mukha, like face, is the site of the Shukra dosh, Shukra dhatu. So Mukhadushika and the Puya are clear signs that the Shukra is Dushta with the Pittaja dominance. So according to allopathy, the diagnosis is asthenoteratospermia. History, there was a history of seminal vesicle calculi, and MRI was done in 2021. That was left ejaculatory duct wall calcification was there. I don't want to go in the deep in the allopathy part, but according to Ayurveda part, we started with the deepen Pachan treatment. Since it was the pitta dominant disease pathology was there, so treatment of pitta has been given, such as Virechana, Rakta Mokshan, and Shirodhara to calm his stress and stress levels. After that, Chikitsa, Shirashul and Manyashul was completely gone. Amlapitta was totally relieved, and he started sleeping very well. So that what effects are having, we can see in the allopathy reports also. So that Nidra has been cured and the Amlapitta has been cured. So Pitta dominance is cured very well and Pitta is balanced. So that in next slide, we are seeing the results in allopathy reports also. So in the 24th of May 21, he was suffering from asthenoteratospermia. Many people know astheno is the lack of motility. Terato is the anatomical deformities in the sperm count. And after he started treatment after 6 months of this report, and we got the result on the 27th of October 2022, which is a normal count with normal motility and normal morphology. So these kind of results we can achieve with the Ayurvedic diagnosis and Ayurvedic treatment. And we can change the allopathy reports with the help of Ayurvedic diagnosis and Ayurvedic treatment itself. After that, his wife got conceived on the November 2022, and she was delivered the beautiful girl child. All the reports were normal and healthy pregnancy was there, and female child of 3 kg was born with such kind of Ayurvedic treatment. There is another case I want to share. Some like how the things works according to Ayurveda.
Harshvardhan, thank you. If you can stop sharing screen, because we need to even ask a couple of questions. So
yes. Go ahead.
Minimum. So if you could stop sharing screen share, and then let's see if we can get into a question. So if you stop screen share, wonderful. So do you feel that there is a taboo for couple to come around, or nowadays in the modern time, they are easy to come and talk about their personal sexual life so that they can find a solution?
Yeah, it's a still taboo in metro cities also, and in rural areas also, that most of the times male partners are very much ignorant to take the treatment. But nowadays, due to social media influence or some kind of health awareness, in 10 couples, out of 10 couples, 1 couple is there that they are agree and they the male partner is ready to take the treatment initially, and after that, female partner takes the treatment.
So otherwise, do you feel that the male dominancy always blames on a female? Is that what you
Yes.
think?
Yes, yes.
Let's go to Vaidya Rajan Patankar, who has got a lot of experience because he's been
Namaste,
practicing. Dr. Patankar, Vaidya Patankar, what is your opinion on this? Do you think society is more open to this kind of solutions now?
No, not yet. As rightly said by Harshvardhan, male
Yes.
dominance is still there, and not only in the rural areas, but in cities also.
And you are in Mumbai, of course. You are in the metropolitan city of Mumbai,
Correct.
where they are supposed to be so advanced in Bollywood. Do you feel there is still the resistance?
Yes, still there are so many couples who are not ready to come to us, as very well explained by Harshvardhan. And that is, in my opinion, main problem of the infertility in male, because female goes to so many doctors, they used to go through IVF and so many other opinions.
Avenues.
But still male are not ready to.
So Vaidya Patankar, we move on to the next one. Let's ask a female opinion. Dr. Amrita Sharma, do you feel that people are more keen to go to medical institution doctors as opposed to Ayurveda, number one? Number two, do you feel that there is still a parity that first person, the first sex that is accused or being pointed at is female?
Yeah, thank you, Neil Kumar. Yeah, the first question answer is definitely yes, because Ayurveda, whatever we have done till date, still is considered to be a second option. The first option is that when people don't find and they are tired of taking up. And secondly, having a progeny is a very sensitive issue. It is a lot of emotional bonding and a lot of other criteria in terms of society and the social norms and the family conditions. So it's not just a one decision of a couple in India, especially.
Yes.
And therefore, considering that there's a lot of precision in terms of choice of a doctor, choice of the treatment, choice of the medical staff. And when they don't get an option out of that, then they say, okay, let's try the other stuff. And then the belief systems with the cases like this, I would like to congratulate Dr. Harshvardhan for this remarkable results and for progressing in this way to let people understand that how a small balance of life can make a big change in an individual. So we address a lot of things that we say, oh, diabetes is getting cured, arthritis is getting better, you feel better. But then having a progeny is a very separate story. To have a child is a very different story.
Yes.
And a lot of emphasis on that has been given in various texts and lexicons of Ayurveda, which we have been talking about. And the other part of the story is about the acceptance as a female. So, Neil Kumar, at our platform also, we have been working on a global women platform where we always promote women for working and for their rights and to understand these things. But when it comes to this kind of sensitive issue, it's very ironical. But still, despite of women going so ahead, there are certain areas where still they are being addressed to go first and get their checkup first rather than the male person. And to an extent that I have also seen that the females are asked to go to a lot of invasive kind of treatments, which in fact she might not need or she might not be happy to take, but still under the pressures of the norms of the society and the families and the couple, it is there. But I would just definitely
Dr. Amrita, hopefully we hope that the society is slowly changing. Don't keep it to yourself. If you are suffering in silence and you do want children, or you're not having a good relationship with your partner, do explore. In UK, the good thing is we have got special clinics, so people don't even have to know where you are going. So it's so completely different system over here, which does help. But look, Harshvardhan is very lucky because his mother, Renuka, and father, Mahesh, have actually trained him very well. And Dr. Rajan Patankar is the one who brought them to us on our platform several years back.
Yeah.
And I think Renuka is actually here, so she should be very proud of her son over there. So it's wonderful. And she also helps a lot of women. I think she has helped women for conceiving in quite a part. She's here. Let's say a quick hello to her. And we move on to Mohit, who is our next guest. Here she is. Renuka is here. Global namaste
Namaste,
to you.
Renuka ji.
Now Harshavardhan's wife is also MD, and
Yes.
I
she is
see.
also and she
Okay.
is also great.
Let's meet.
Yes.
Yes, sure.
Dr.
Let's-
Harshavardhan just turned the camera, I think.
Yes, well, I will add the Dr. Renuka.
So
there
And
that's
she is
very
also-
good.
And she is also very renowned doctor. Namaste. Of
Next.
one of my friend from Pune.
Very nice presentation by Varun.
Yes, very excellent.
So it's so beautiful. Thank you for giving a good training, good nice. We will also have you back again. We'll bring this subject. Harshavardhan, we are very proud of you. It's a taboo subject, but you are handling it well. And we are right behind you. As Dr. Amrita says, at Healing Our Earth, we empower women to move forward because the society is so good. Mohit, if you can stop screen share, please. Your turn will come. We will actually call you stop screen share temporarily. So Harshavardhan, Mohit, if you can stop screen share, please. Maybe let me force. Yes, there you are. So the next guest will be.
I already stopped it.
It's okay. Thank you. Don't worry. It's done fine. Your
Thanks a
signal
lot.
is breaking.
Rajan
Mohit,
Patankar ji.
Network issue, I
Yes.
think.
Namaste, everyone, and thanks a lot for the opportunity. We will surely like to collaborate for more opportunities with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Harshavardhan.
Thank you.
Take care. So, Amrita, Mohit is also our regular, and he has been on Healing Our Earth many times. And so let's welcome him. And his subject, again, his chosen subject today, particularly, is pain is optional. If you want pain, he will show you how to create pain in your body. But if you don't want pain, then Mohit is going to share how to avoid pain. Over to you, Amrita.
Thank you, Nilkumar. Yes, definitely. So let's hear from Mohit, who is in India and who practices Agni Karma, which is one of the therapies which works on chronic pains and different kind of pains. So how does it relieve from pain? In today's episode, you might have seen so many faces in which Ayurveda is beneficial, from one point to another one, where you would talk about either detoxification through Panchakarma, or we talk about how the medicines are useful, or we talk about the core concepts of Ayurveda in terms of 5 elements. And today, Mohit will share with us his presentation on chronic pain, I think so. So could you please address the audience and over the couple of 5 to 8 minutes, share your presentation. Over to you. Thank you. Are you able to share the screen?
Your voice
Amrita,
is cutting.
his signal is very poor, so we will have to come in.
Yeah. Global namaste to all. So I'm Dr. Mohit Sandhu. Thank you so much to all, and thank you to God Dhanvantri to giving me such. Am I audible to all?
Yeah, your voice is breaking, but then please continue and let's see. Please start your presentation. Yes.
Hello.
Please continue. Please continue.
Hello.
Can you hear us? Dr. Mohit? I think his bandwidth is low.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Can you hear us? Please continue.
Yes. So, I'm continuing. Can you hear me all?
Yes, please continue.
Yeah.
I think.
Hello.
So Amrita, he's struggling. Let's bring you back. I'm going to stop his screen share. I will break into it.
Hello.
Mohit,
Yeah,
Mohit,
I
you can
think there is
stop
a.
screen share.
Am I audible right now?
Mohit, if you can stop screen share, please. Your bandwidth is not working, Mohit. So let me just break into your screen share for a moment. Well, there you are, Amrita. Maybe, oh, Mohit has actually locked us up. Yes, we are now fine. So Mohit, stop screen share. Your signal is not good. We'll try to come back to you after an hour. So Amrita, what a wonderful sessions we have been having. Maybe it's time to just summarize and chit chat. So it's important that we bring different kind of subjects on our platform to educate people. And it's also important that people actually get their inputs in. So shortly we'll be visiting Ravi Banot when he comes in.
Yeah, I think, yeah. In fact, if Dr. Harshvardhan is still there, we can have a little more talk on his topic, and if other people want to
Dr.
contribute
Renuka
for
is there.
that.
Mohit is there. Mohit, don't screen share if you can hear us. Mohit, I will not spotlight you because you are locking our system. So just stay around. We'll bring to you at the end. Dr. Patankar, Rajan Patankar. So important subjects that we have been covered. And okay, so let's move on. And if Ravi is coming a bit later, Amrita, maybe we can bring Dr. Ulrich.
Yeah, we have Dr. Zope as well. who will
Harshvardhan
be
is
joining
here.
us.
Let's continue a bit. He's here, over here.
Yes.
So Harshvardhan, as we were talking, that you have found a solution where you ease people into talking into their personal life so you can help them.
Yes.
Diagnose where we have got the root problem and everything. Do you feel that you have found the right treatments? Does it help people?
Yes, of course, because it is really important to understand that counseling is very important part, your rapport with the patient. So first off, if the patient comes to you as a first visit, he will not elaborate about his history and his sexual behavior. So you need to give him time, some like 1 hour, 2 hour. After that, phone conversation. Sometimes the conversation when he is alone at his home, we need to do such kind of practices to understand what is happening inside the body, and then we can understand the real cause, and so that we can treat. Many times, like I will like to share my screen. I would like to share one of the case. Can I share my screen?
Not presently, but wait for a moment because Mohit wants to. If you stay around.
Okay, I will just speak. So one of the patient I was having, he was suffering from the diabetes, and he was having some like pustules or like some rashes on his skin all over the body, and he was eating the food from the mess for so many years. So there is a Rakta Dushti is there, and after that some Mausa Dushti and Meda Dushti is also there. So first and foremost, we need to understand the Agni, and we need to treat the Rakta Dushti, the Mausa Dushti and Meda Dushti of that patient. And after that, we need to administer the aphrodisiac or Vrusha treatment. Only and only after that, this treatment works. It's not like that if the patient comes with the infertility and we need to prescribe him Pushpadandva or some like Vanari Gutika or something like that, and it will work. It will not going to work. We need to understand the Agni, we need to understand the doshas, the principle. We need to correct the disease and the dhatus, and after that only we can cure the Shukra problems in the body of a male personality.
Okay. So is Amrita, you had a comment you wanted to do, and meanwhile, Mohit, if your presentation is there, maybe send it to Amrita or send it on the chat here. See if we can play it. And so your bandwidth is not covered up. Yes, the pain is coming. So Amrita, carry on talking. Let's see if we can open his
Yes, definitely.
presentation.
Which is a very good thing, Dr. Harshvardhan, and it's a very important thing as well. Dr. Rajan Patankar must be very, very in line with our thoughts of understanding how important is the role of Agni in the body to get the toxins out, as well as to streamline the doshas and to align them, and then to understand the individual on all perspectives, as you covered up the physical, physiological, as well as the other grounds in which the Ashtaveda and the Chikitsa
Yes.
things that have been mentioned in various texts, especially the Charak Samhita, to diagnose has got a very has got a very serene sense actually to understand an individual and then to decide what will be the right treatment for a person before just giving the medicine and deciding the dose. And that's what makes it very beautiful as a science of Ayurveda, I
Yes.
believe. Because
Truly.
it's not just that the patient has come and you write the 2 tablets and has to be taken BD, OD or TID and SOS and it goes away. But then it's much more than that. And that's why there are a lot of parameters that we have been talking in various institutions in India, where all that work in Indian knowledge system in terms of health and wellness is going on to discuss about the parameters that how these can be compatibly made. It was a very good work. In fact, a small example that you had shown of how the kapha dushta semen was there, which is a very
Yes.
good example. I think small practical things must be taught to the students who are taking up the
Yes.
graduate and postgraduate courses, because
Of
it
course.
gives an depth confidence to the people as well who are practicing all these things. And then that's where the evidence comes from. So your belief in yourself can make you believe in others as well. I think
Yes.
so.
Certainly.
Which is very beautiful. So if we can have his presentation, Dr. Mohit's presentation, and we see if you have a low bandwidth, Dr. Mohit, you can just switch off your camera and then say something and we can like find out how it works.
It's not working or downloading at this end. Let's try him. Let's give him a chance to unmute himself and see if it
Yes,
works.
definitely.
Mohit, have a quick go and see if it works. If it doesn't, please
Yeah,
switch
sure,
off
sure,
because
sure.
you are locking our system.
No
Okay.
problem. No problem at all. Yeah, I just switch off my camera, so you
So
can
Dr.
clearly.
Mohit, tell
Yeah.
me, okay, so Dr. Mohit, you can just tell us to the viewers, this practice of Agni Karma is very famous, and it's one of those famous trending treatments of
Yeah.
Ayurveda people
Yeah.
practice.
Yeah.
What is
Yeah.
Agni Karma? How do people can use that, and how does it benefit the society? Tell us one by one, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So thank you so much to giving me such platform. So first of all, I'm very happy to tell you all that I have completed 5,000 plus cases of musculoskeletal disorders, and all are pain free from now. So I have completed such patients from the globe, all around the globe, through only Agni Karam and some modulation of Panch Karam. So, first 3 to 5 things I want to share to you all, that what are the most, what are the most things, or what are the main points that we can make more valuable understanding to the pain physiology and in Ayurvedic pain specialty. And yes, I made my own foundation 7 months ago, Association of Ayurvedic Therapeutic Pain Medicine, to give a cutting edge Ayurvedic approach toward musculoskeletal disorders. So, when I used to see my patients of musculoskeletal pain, 1 out of 5 adults I used to diagnose in my OPD with musculoskeletal pain and the pain issues. So when I used to see everyone talking about Panchkaram, everyone talking about the Ahara Vihara, but when the patient came to us with such complaint, they have already disbalanced Ahara Vihara, right? And no one talk about Ama, because as I see, the Ama is the greatest.
Mohit, in case you are not aware, or Amrita, the presentation is on the screen now, and we start with the first screen, how Ayurveda transforms
sure.
chronic pain.
Yes.
So please
You
continue,
can.
Dr. Mohit.
Yeah. Okay. So let's talk about the first thing. Yeah, the pain epidemic. So when we used to see in my OPD, when I used to see, so I used to see the epidemic, right? 1 in 5 adults suffer from the chronic pain. Okay, and the conventional medicine like allopathy and the homeopathy or Unani medicine, they offer the symptoms suppression only. But rising demand for Ayurvedic and sustainable solutions nowadays increasing day by day. Okay, so please third slide, please. Dr. Amrita, third slide,
Yes,
please.
we're sharing the slides.
Wait a second. Okay. We will carry on. So yeah, it's flushing out. It's okay. So yeah, Ayurveda unique pain perspective. As I used to see the patient of pain management daily in my OPD like 15 to 30, in my IPD like 15 to 30 IPDs only of pain, only on musculoskeletal pain. So when talking about the Ayurvedic unique pain perspective, we usually see pain as a shula. Okay, the imbalance of dosha and dhatu. So there is a difference between Ayurvedic and modern sciences. What is the main difference? That in Ayurveda we study about the molecular disturbances of a cellular on the cellular level. It's like a quantum physics or quantum mechanics of a cell. And as Ayurvedic Shashvat and due to Apat Updesh, due to by the higher beings, it has been told that every dosha, every dhatu depends on the different prakriti level. Okay, we call it as a body prakriti or dosha prakriti. There are two type of prakriti. One is the prakriti came from the womb, from the uterus, which cannot be changed throughout the life or throughout the ages. But the doshaj prakriti in which we find the disease or the rog. Talking about the pain, we find more Vata aggression or more the Vata dominancy during the pain. So chronic pain reflects long-standing three things: Agni Mandya, the stability of the Jatragni or the digestive fire. Arm is very important. No one talks about arm nowadays. See, I used to teach armor about armor to the patient that what is armor? Armor neither digested nor get out through your poop, not get throughout your sweat, not get throughout your urine. So where it goes? When armor went to the liver, it deflects the KFT. Okay, it show the increased KFT and creatinine, the bilirubin and biliverdin levels. Okay, when the armor goes through the spleen, it will show you splenomegaly. When it goes in the pancreas, it will give you madhumeh. Okay, and when it will goes into the musculoskeletal orders, massa and the bones, it will give you sandhigat bath, osteoarthritis, rheumatoid arthritis, because the arm is the main enemy of all the musculoskeletal disorder, as I used to see in my practice. So always I try to treat my patient with panchkaram modulation and with the agnikaram modulation to treat as soon as possible in between 7 to 10 days, because patient came from a traumatic, the emotional trauma, allopathy doctors gave to them, that you can never to be treated. Okay, so I introduce a new thing, a new model. I call it as a BP back model. BP means Batach pain, back means visual analog charting. Actually, it is not certified and due to the national and international community, but it's my own yukti. A Vaidya, Ayurvedic doctor, always use its yukti, apatubdesh, and shashvat Ayurved in to treat the disease more precisely and more deeply. So I introduce a back model to every physician and to every doctor that through which we can go more deeply to the pain. It's a unique Ayurvedic scoring technique, bridges modern intensity-based scales and Ayurvedic symptomology, help in classifying pain types and tracking healing progress, and based on the Bhataj pain type. Because see, every pain, whether it is fibromyalgia, whether it is cervical pain, whether it is static pain, all pain are associated with Bata, and that Bata came from the Amaj Prakriti. So this is the photograph of the model. You can see in which I integrate the Bataj Shula, like Tod, Vedana, Pida, with the modern intensity of the pain. Okay, you can see the photograph. Please, just please, yeah, please down the yeah. You can see the photograph in the back score in the modern sciences. You can see the back score, but yes, why we are not integrated the back score with the Bataj, Bataj pain type. You can see 1 and 2 is like Tanu and Suksha, like mild, dry, and vague. Okay, third is Tod, like a pricking and pin, like in scatic. Chala, radiating and shifting in scatic, in lumbar swan losses, and lumbar disc degenerations. You can see the shifting. So through this, we can deeply go through the Bata, and we can find the Bata in the X-rays and MRI integrations. Okay, so let's create the tools to transform the Ayurvedic way. See, Agnikaram with surgical needles. You can follow my YouTube channel. You can follow my podcast. I used to treat the patients with the surgical needle. Why surgical needles? Because I used to see that in diabetic patient, the classical Agni Karma Shalaka, when we used to pinch the patient, those pinch creates overheat or the scars on the skin, which is very difficult to heal in the future, right? But with the surgical needles, it's not acupuncture at all. It's Agni Karma, because our Acharya told about the Dhatava Agni too. Twakagni and Dhatavagni too. So it depends upon the marma. Marma is the collaboration of the artery, veins, ligaments, muscles meeting on a one point. Okay, so it's aimed to deactivate pain receptors, boost endorphin level. Very, very important. We increase the endorphin level at that area, and automatically arm decreases. Arm, because we have to digest the arm in the stomach only. If arm will not digest, it will give you the chronic pain specialties like osteoarthritis or rheumatoid arthritis and lumbar spondylosis, in which you can see the desiccations and osteophytes at the vertebral level or in the X-rays. Modulation, energy-based neuromodulation is there with karma. It is very, very beautiful treatment to targeted stimulation to break pain pathway instantly in between 1 to 2 minutes. Okay, rasayan therapy. Rasayana are very, very important to treat the chronic pain very fastly, because rasayana, these regenerate the cells and regenerate the muscular myology and the fibers around to the marma. That is very important. And the last is Panchkaram Chikitsa. Everyone told about the Panchkaram Chikitsa, that we should go through the Panchkaram Chikitsa. And as a Vedya, as a doctor of Ayurveda, authentic Ayurveda, I used to give Panchkaram Chikitsa to only diseased person, according to their ama, their agni, their dosha, their stroto dushti, that is a capillary dushti, that goes through the samprapati. And supportive panchkaram, you all know that snehana, abhyangam, it is not massage. It is abhyangam. According to the anatomy, we absorb the oil from the skin to the muscle, to the organ. Swedanam, basti, any chikitsa. Through we reach up to that dhatu level, asti dhatu level. Asti dhatu level means the bone level, in which we gave a smooth structure, smooth desiccated structure to the bones, to prevent from the osteophytes and rheumatoid arthritis or osteoarthritis like conditions in the future. Key drugs: Dashmula, Shalaki, Rasna, the Google, and Amalaki. Google are very specific drugs to clean the arteries and veins. See, as Dr. Avatar beautifully told about the cholesterol, but according to me, according to Ayurveda, when arm went into the blood regulation, it toxify the blood. So people doesn't know when to eat, how to eat, when to take water, because our acharya told us to how to take water during the food, or before the food, or after the food. So people doesn't know. Most of the people used to take water after the meal, after 1 hour. So it give arm in the gift, and it will give you osteoarthritis, rheumatoid arthritis, and the nerve depression. So third one is the pranic and mental connection. Very, very important. Why? Because most of the patient came from the traumatic psychopathic traumatic injury, that we used to take allopathy from 15 years, from 14 years, and we are not good. The pain subsides in their brain, not in the muscle. So we have to connect with our patient. We have to understand their rajas and tamas dominancy, the dimensions of their rajas and tamas. We have to counsel them for half an hour, because I used to counsel them half an hour to get out of the rajas and tamas dominancy. Yoga, pranayama, dhyan stabilize the nervous system. Most important, the ahara vihara. And I think Acharya Sushruta told very deeply about ahara vihara through abridosha, through agni mandya, through shrotodrushti, because it is very important to tell each and every single ahar vihar regimen to your patient, whether send to their WhatsApp number, whether write to them, because we have to send them all of the things. They don't know about the ahar vihar, they don't know about the ama. We have to teach them. We have to properly teach them that what is ama and what is ama doing in your body. That is very important. And pain is optional. The Ayurvedic truth: chronic pain is reversible. It is holistic. We can heal it, but not inevitable. BP back, as I introduced you, the new innovative idea allows accurate tracking of the bath and pain points. Ayurveda not just manage pain; it resolves the source. And please, last one is, yeah, last one. And the final message is, see, treat the root, not the symptom. Rekindle Agni, very, very important. Rekindle the Agni. If your Agni is good, if your bath is good, if your consciousness is good, you can we can aim to the pain-free globe. Pain-free globe, in our healing of earth, in the mechanism of healing of earth. I have only one aim: to make our globe pain-free. And with the BP back system, Ayurveda enters the era of precision pain healing with the deep knowledge of pain physiology, according to Acharya Charak and according to Acharya Shushruta. And last one is I want to really share to you the success stories about some of my the first is a lady and her husband. This lady, she cannot even sleep, she cannot even sit, she cannot even walk. In between 7 to 8 days, the Trendelberg test in sciatica become negative, and Ayurveda is only the source through which we can make the negative Trendelberg test. And this lady runs toward her home without any pain, and she's pain free. There are so many patients. There are 5,000 plus patients, but some of the patient I used to treat, and you can see the 80 years old of man. He was a ex Navy officer, and he cannot even bend his knees toward her chest, toward his chest. But you can see after Agni Karam, after third day of Agni Karam, he can do easily bend his knee, and the structures of the knee, the cartilage of the knee increases with Janudhara and the Basti. So beautiful interactions. And lastly, in ABN, after third day, the circular motion of the, you can see the patient. I cannot upload the video, but you can see the patient can hold. The patient can lift the leg, and the circular motion he can do. So yes, Agni Karam and the modulation with Panchkaram, within 7 to 10 days, you can give beautiful, precise result to the patient. Pain-free globe, pain-free India, pain-free every country. Thank you. Jai Dharmantri, Jai Ayurveda. Please.
So there you are, Amrita. If you want pain, then find it yourself. But if you want a solution and a pain-free life, then Mohit has demonstrated what has worked for him and his clients. And don't be scared to seek alternative integrated health approach.
Yes.
It does help. So your comments, Amrita, and we'll also ask Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, we'll ask Ulrich what he feels as well.
Yeah, we have Dr. Zope, with whom we are going to have a couple of next minutes.
He's presenting shortly his own version in a moment.
Yes. So wonderful presentation, Dr. Mohit. In fact, you have been working really good in this. And I think this is how things will progress to create an evidence for what has been written in the Shastras and what has been told in the texts, and how that can be amplified to a greater version to make this word free of diseases, at least to make people live happily. That's very important. Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, Global Namaste. It's so good to see you. I have been seeing you. You are sitting for a very long time today. After a very, very long time, you got little time for us. And what are your thoughts after listening to him and to other people from Ayurveda?
I'm always with you guys. Okay. Sometimes it goes, my time goes up and down, but I'm always with you. And today's session is very interesting. Namaste, Rajan ji. So nice to see you. And Mohit ji,
Thank
your
you so much.
wonderful way of presentation and emphasizing the right points. Wonderful it was. And I do agree that some people, they forget to do their work regularly on, and then they complain that, oh, I'm not healing, I'm not, no, this is not happening, etc., etc. As you say, regular exercise, regular way of whatever is told is very, very important. And if you follow all those rules, definitely, and faith, you must have faith. Without faith, if you start doing something, it never works. So with faith, if you do, definitely your healing happens. So this is what I want to tell to everybody.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I'm cutting you, but I really want to quote one thing to everyone, that talking about the Nadi Tirangani and the technology, the files we maintain through the documentations and through the app is very good. But talking about the Nadi Tirangani and the pulse diagnosis, I used to experience all the things, but my experience was not so stabilized. Because talking about Ayurveda means Yukti and Apat Upadesh. Apat Upadesh means the words told through by the higher beings and apat acharyas. And through apat acharyas, whenever you don't touch your patient through your these three fingers, Manivanda Kurkshiram. Manivanda Kurkshiram means Manivanda and Kurkshiram to the Nadi. When you don't see the Nadi through your three fingers, we cannot feel the essence of the doshas, because we cannot catch the doshas, because doshas are molecular disturbances of the cell, and they are very precise. And these three things are like God. These three things are like quantum physics, the parts of the quantum physics, and we cannot catch them. We can stabilize them, but we cannot catch them and measure them, because every prakriti is different, every dosha is different, every agni is different. So I think in the modern era, our Manivanda Kursk Shira is very important to radiate the pulse. And I'm very happy, I'm very proud that I used to diagnose my patient with these three fingers, to touch my patient precisely, and the smile automatically comes to the patient face. when you talk to the patient, that yes, apna haath dijiye, we will diagnose the things according to your pulse. So that is very important. That is called Shashvat Ayurveda and Apat Updesh. We have to respect them all.
Thank you, Mohit. Stay around. We'll be with you again. Vaidarajan Patankar, I think it's time with Amrita to invite Dr. Ulrich Berg, who schedules himself between India and Germany. And he also joins Healing Our Earth regularly. He's the president of German Association of Homeotherapy, but he also loves Agnihotra and Ayurveda. Isn't that right, Amrita?
Yes, I have to tell so many things about his contribution towards Ayurveda, as well as his proficiency coming from the background of physics and other fields, and working in so many diverse ways. He is one of those people who have been a radical example of putting forward the evidences of traditional practices of India. And that is why he's called on for invited talks in various eminent institutions of India, where he has been practicing and running up so many projects related with Agnihotra and the practices of developing germination of plants and development of plants and then utilization of that and culturing of that, and how the different studies in terms of cancer and many other diseases, people have been practicing through all that. So it's just the start and the beginning at this age. And I warmly welcome Dr. Ulrich work from Germany. Global Namaste, Dr. Ulrich. And then I would like to ask you, you are now in Germany, right?
Okay, first, thank you for the introduction. Thank you, Neil Kumar and Amita Sharma, for inviting me here. Yes, I just reached Germany, and I'm very happy to be here because the last few weeks in India, it was just too hot, 43 degrees. Oh my God, I'm European, so I'm not used to that heat. It was difficult, but okay, it was good also. I traveled a lot, as you mentioned, to different conferences, universities, and so on and so on.
Yes.
So now for here, I was listening to.
First, tell us about your projects that are running in India, because this platform really needs evidence-based studies, and how the research and evidence you are collecting in your own way is so creditable. Everybody is very eager to know about that. So please count down for some of the projects that are running and what all has been planned and what are your plans further as well.
Yeah. Okay. So first thing is, I'm not an Ayurvedic doctor. So, but I was listening to the talks with very much interest. You know, great doctors, and I saw all the success. I mean, Ayurveda is the medicine of the future, and so I'm happy to see what is going on here. I concentrate on one point because now environment pollution is the big problem. It's one of the biggest problem of our time, and that affects everybody, and it affects also our health, of course, because the air which we breathe, like just think of Delhi in winter, then or think of the COVID time. You know, these viruses spread through the air, and the water pollution and the soil pollution. And then, you know, you have all the pesticides and so on in the soil. That goes to our food, and that leads to different kinds of problems. Cancer, one important factor of cancer is this is pesticides. So now what we are doing is, what I'm suggesting is this little fire Agnihotra in the copper pyramid. Here you see it, exactly this size, this shape. You burn some cow dung, some cow's ghee. People were talking about ghee. At the exact time of sunrise, sunset, I will share in the chat some links so that people can see. And that purifies the air. And as you mentioned, which kinds of experiments we have done? We've done a lot of experiments on air pollution and could show that if you do a count of the bacteria before Agnihotra, after Agnihotra, there's a big reduction. Maybe 90% comes down. If you add Agnihotra ash to water, same thing, water gets purified. And this has been done in many, many places. Now, soil also, beneficial microbes, they grow, and harmful microbes, they are reduced. So what we did recently, two very interesting things. One thing is that we have taken plants, that is neem, tulsi, curry, bale, Ayurvedic plants, from Homa place, and we sent them to University of Lucknow, and there they made extracts of these plants, and applied them to human cancer cells, and they could see that the viability of these cancer cells is much reduced. And of course, they did the control with plants from outside. You didn't have this same effect. So that was a very good first result. And now we are working on a research project which covers more aspects. So that was very interesting. And of course, the Ayurvedic doctors use plants for making medicines. That is one important point. But if these plants grow in our polluted atmosphere, the medical potency goes down. And with Agnihotra, it comes up again, as we have seen in this experiment done in Lucknow University. Another thing which we did recently is people, they are affected by the food they eat. And not all people can afford organically grown food, and also often it's not available. So what we did is we tested grapes, because grapes we know are sprayed heavily. We tested grapes for the pesticide residues, and we soaked these grapes in water for control, and then in Agnihotra ash water. We soaked them overnight. And there was a reduction of the pesticides of 75 to 95%, depending on the pesticides. It worked with 12 out of 15 pesticides. 3 were not much affected. We still have to do more research on that. But that's a reduction of, say, 75, 80, 90%. And that means the health danger which the food has is very much reduced. So that is one thing which is now, this research is still going on. I went to Hisar Agricultural University in Haryana, and there they have the equipment. They will do it on larger scale. I had to send them 1.5 kilo of Agnihotra ash for these experiments. So soon, hopefully, we will get more results about that. And the good thing is, this will help people. It's a very simple process, this Agnihotra. And this will help people, if they prepare the ash, to reduce the danger from their food, because they can also soak different kinds of vegetables. In India, especially, I don't know about Europe, maybe not so much, but in India, what farmers often do with cauliflower, for example, they soak the cauliflower in some pesticides just before they sell it, because that gives them a white, nice white color. And that, of course, sells much better, but the consumer doesn't know what the farmers are doing. So that's really a bad thing. And another bad thing is that many of these farmers, I've heard, they produce their food, which they sell with all the pesticides. But as they know about the health problems for themselves, they have some small area around their house where they grow food organically. So that is really a bad thing. Also, it's not so good karmically for these farmers that they, because they know it's not good what they sell. Anyway, at least that is one thing you can easily do. Just follow this biorhythm of sunrise, sunset, prepare this fire in this copper pyramid, and then you can, at least with the Agnihotra ash, reduce the pesticide load in your food. And also, if you perform it at home, you can reduce the air pollution. If you live in cities like Delhi, but any city in India is similar. Bombay, Pune. Yeah, Pune used to be such a nice place earlier, no longer. All are very much polluted. With Agnihotra, at least you can reduce the air pollution in your home and have a healthier environment. You're staying 8, 10, 12 hours in your home. So at least there you have a better air to breathe. So that helps a lot. And one project also is going on in All India Institute of Ayurveda about germination of Ayurvedic seeds, and then also to see if we perform Agnihotra, what happens to the plants on a molecular level, and what are the secondary metabolites, how is the healing power of these plants. So these projects are going on, and I've been traveling in India now for half a year, a lot from north to south and east to west, so many such projects are now going on. Also, we did one thing in Germany recently. We just added Agnihotra ash water to cell lines, and for example, the cell vitality increased. The radicals were reduced, and you can see immune system was increased. Many such things are going on, and we'll have more such results soon, I hope.
So, Dr. Ulrich, what a wonderful input. And yes, you are right. At 40 degrees or over, India is very hot for us because we in Europe are not used to more than 28, 30 degrees. But you have taken so much interest in the Indian Vedic knowledge and Ayurveda, and you are in Germany. How do the people in Germany view Ayurveda and Agnihotra?
See, I started Agnihotra 46 years ago. Then, people thought I'm crazy. But then also I started to be a vegetarian a little earlier, nearly 50 years ago. Same thing, people thought I'm just crazy. These things have changed. Now, being vegetarian is totally accepted. Then people even ask, oh, you're vegetarian, but why are you not vegan? And Agnihotra at that time also was difficult to find people who got interested. Now, we have every week new people who start Agnihotra, and we have, I would say, more than 10,000 people in Germany who practice Agnihotra. I mean, we see how many pyramids are sold because it's only a few organizations which sell the pyramids, but that's many. And but more important is we see how much cow dung is sold, because pyramid, okay, somebody may be interested, buys the pyramid, but if he regularly buys cow dung, it means he's actually performing Agnihotra, and that is a lot. We more than 10 tons per year cow dung in Germany, so that's a lot. So many people are actually practicing Agnihotra also.
That's simply amazing. We want to continue talking to you. Dr. Ulrich, stay around. Let's say hello to our birthday boy. He's the host at Healing Our Earth. He's also one of the contributors, and he might help us something to do with the hair, and we continue talking to him. So hello, Mr. Birthday Boy, Ravi Sharma. How are you? Global Namaste to you.
Global Namaste. Global Namaste to you all.
And Amrita is going to sing to
you a
you.
very happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank
Go
you.
ahead,
Thank you.
Amrita. You can sing for him.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. May you have many more birthdays to come, and may you keep lightening the life of everyone. Wishes from all of the Healing Our Earth family. Every member, every contributor, and every viewer is wishing you a very happy and special day to you. A very happy birthday.
And Amrita, just to tell people about Ravi Sharma, he is not only philanthropist, he is an entrepreneurial philanthropist. He has got an MBE, a very senior person over here. He does many outreaches and a cool herbal. I mean, that's what he loves leading over there. He loves Ayurveda, he loves yoga, and he actually does a lot of outreaches in the community. Once again, Ravi, a very happy birthday. and maybe you are
Sure.
traveling, so you can either join a bit later or carry on with a few tips before we go back to Urlich with the hair. Over to you, Ravi.
First of all, global namaste, everyone, and thank you so much, Amritaji, for lovely happy birthday wishes. You have a great voice. And Ilkumar, thank you for your presence and what you've started. And every week, fully dedicated team are working towards helping the community at large, healing our earth, giving tips and advice. And I think what we're finding now is the world is getting smaller. We have somebody from Germany, somebody from virtually every part of the world now who wants to contribute in some way. Because I think what we sometimes forget is that there are stages in life. So the bottom stage is when you have just one certainty. Then from certainty, you want uncertainty, you want a variety. Then from there, you want looking for love and then looking for significance. And then ultimately about contributing and giving back to the community. So some people call it seva, some people call it charitable work, but ultimately it's how you can make a difference, not just to yourself, to your family and close friends, but the community at large. And they say the most famous persons are the ones who made the most impact in the world. So by coming to shows like this, I would certainly encourage everyone to do so. Tune in if you can contribute in some way or form. You don't know who you might be helping. Your little tip, you think, oh, it's only perhaps related to yourself. But you very soon find out actually that a lot of things in life, the problems, issues people have, are quite common. And the difference you actually make to not just to yourself but to others by contributing and perhaps sharing. You think, oh, it's only perhaps related to yourself. But you very soon find out actually that a lot of things in life, the problems, issues people have, are quite common.
Thank
And
you.
the difference you actually make to
Thank you,
not
Dr.
just to
Ravi.
yourself but to others by contributing and perhaps sharing. You think, oh, it's only.
So
Hello?
we will be waiting for you for your talk as soon as you reach your destination. Thank you very much for joining us and sharing your views.
Sure. Okay.
I think, yeah.
All right.
So
His
we look
signal,
forward to see
Ravi's
you
signal
soon.
was, Amrita, Ravi's signal was slightly breaking because he's in a car traveling. He
Yeah.
just specifically wanted to make sure that he's here. So when he gets home, we'll try to bring him back. He's got useful tips of how to improve your hair. And I want to reveal his age. He has done very well for himself. So Ravi, see you back in about 30 minutes or so if you get home. Let us chit chat over to Ulrich back, who came with a very important point. And Ulrich, let's chit chat with you for a couple of minutes and we go to Hungary with Dr. Rakesh Zope as well, who is one of the
Yeah.
contributors. So Ulrich, what I love is that Germany, who are very good with homeopathy, has also taken Ayurveda on board. And their production and packaging is so classy that I think for the European countries, Germany produce the medicine in the right format with right instructions. What are your thoughts? How do you think Ayurveda will take shape in Germany?
I mean, recently it has come up quite a bit. So there are some Ayurvedic clinics, there are Ayurvedic doctors, not so many, but still it is getting more and more popular. And now it is in the magazines, Ayurveda, more. I mean, it's getting fashionable. One problem is that some of the medicines are not cannot be sold here in Germany. Some of Ayurvedic medicines contain heavy metals, and of course, in Ayurveda, there's a method to purify these metals so that they are no longer harmful. But a chemical analysis does not show that. The chemical analysis will still show, for example, mercury. And they say, oh, that is very poisonous. So that is one a problem which people have, and that will still take quite some time until the regulations would change. But otherwise, yeah, Ayurveda is quite popular, and more and more people would like to go. Also, more than half of the people, if asked, they would rather go for a natural kind of treatment like homeopathy or Ayurveda instead of the normal uh, allopathic way. So there's some problem is we do not have enough alternative doctors. Alternative means like Ayurveda or even homeopathy. And the other thing is the health insurance system does not pay for these treatments. That is a big thing. So not everybody can afford to go to these people. But otherwise, if it would be open, I'm sure more than half of the people would prefer to go, for example, to an Ayurvedic doctor.
Yeah. But then I also would like to congratulate you, Dr. Ulrich, because you've taken a small aspect related with Ayurveda, but still a lot of projects are running on that. And I also wanted to know from you that is there a particular composition of the cow dung and the ghee that you use for the kind of sheets I have seen? Is there a particular combination that one has to make for using that, or it is in general in any proportions you can mix, or you have mixed something else as well? What is in it actually?
No, I mean, you use these pieces of cow dung, yeah, and these are
How are they
pretty
prepared?
thin because that makes it easier to get the fire started. If you have big cow in India, you know, in every village people prepare cow dung, but mostly the cakes are thicker and they use it for household purposes. That is okay, but it's more difficult to ignite the cow dung. And we are not using anything else to set the cow dung on fire, just ghee and a match. So more important is that it is pure cow dung, and that's a problem in Asian countries because they have often buffaloes also, and it can't be buffalo dung. You know, these were some experiments they did. Instead of cow dung, they used buffalo dung. Instead of cow ghee, buffalo ghee. And then you didn't have the effect of Agnihotra. So it has to be pure cow dung, pure cow's ghee. In India, it is very difficult to get pure cow's ghee. I think on the market, I would not trust any of the even big brands, yeah, because they collect the milk from many different sources, and so they don't have the control for that. So it's good to go to a dairy farm where you only have where they only have cows, no buffaloes, and then get the dung and the ghee from there. One thing is that is again in India, many people say, oh, it should be desi cows for the ghee and the cow dung. Desi cows, yes, the means the cows with a hump. The dung and the ghee has better qualities, that is correct. But Agnihotra also works with normal cow dung because, you know, all over the West, we use that. We make medicines, it works. And here we do not have these cows with a hump. If you get that, great. But otherwise, it is okay.
So is there a particular kind of fodder you give to the cows that is taken care of? And A2 cow ghee is very famous. It's a fashionable, trendy stuff. What is your take on that?
Yeah, I
So
mean
should
the
people
A2,
use this?
the A2 is the desi cows, yeah. If you get it, great. But if you don't get it, it's also a question of the money. You know, this A2 ghee is can be 2,000 rupees per kilo and more. So not everybody can afford that. The normal ghee is still expensive for Indian standards. It's say 600 rupees. So that is not necessary. But and the fodder, yeah, of course, ideally you would use the ghee and cow dung of cows which can graze and have green fodder. That's not always possible. In summer, you know, in India and most places, there's not much green around, yeah. So they have to do some hay or straw, eat some hay or straw. Ideally, yes. But the important thing is, it is really only cow dung, dried cow dung, cow's ghee, and some rice, unbroken pieces, akshat, nothing else. Yeah. Some people use, because it's easier to start the fire, they use camphor or Google, but camphor is chemically made. Now it is petrochemicals. You shouldn't do that, especially if you use the ash for medicine, because the Agnotra ash can be used for medicine. We always add it to water. You know, in India, most of the water you buy Bisleri or all this bottled water, that is RO water. It's not from some spring in the Himalayas, and that is water is clean. I mean, the filtration system is good, so there are no viruses and bacteria. But also the energy of the water is gone. Yeah, so this is why we always add Agnihotra ash to the water. So the water has some minerals and also some energy. And for medicine, you know, you can either, if you have an open wound, you can just take Agnihotra ash, you strain it so that it's just the powder, and you can put it on the wound. Or you can mix Agnihotra ash with ghee, and you can apply it for pain inside the body and for other ailments. And you can always drink Agnihotra ash water. Just add some Agnihotra ash to the water. Best is in the evening, you prepare a vessel, can be a copper vessel, that's ideal. Add some Agnihotra ash and then drink in the morning. That would be ideal. And
Dr. Ulrich, very, very valid tips you have given in various facets. I love your video as well, Homa Therapy. Is there any copyright music or it completely belongs to you?
no, that video is okay.
So that video is not copyright, is that right?
No, that's not copyrighted. You can
Okay,
share.
we're going to show a minute or two of it a bit later. Stay around. Let's go to Hungary, another part of Europe. So you are all from that zone. Let's go to Dr. Rakesh Zope. And Amrita, after 10 minutes with Rakesh, we'll go and show a bit of video because I like the way it's starting with a nice sloka. So Dr. Uli, stay around. Amrita, let's take it away with Dr. Rakesh Zope. Again, his topic is very important as well. Silent epidemics, ancient solutions. So silent epidemics, let's hear more about it, ancient solutions, and Ayurveda's role in non-communicable diseases prevention. So a global namaste to you, Dr. Rakesh Zope. Amrita, take it away and over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nil Kumar. Thank you, Dr. Rich. We'll be having you very soon. Global namaste to you, Dr. Rakesh, as we move from Germany to Hungary. Very good evening as well. And it's so good to see you again at this platform. You have been working in Hungary for quite a long time. What are your feelings and what trend do you see in Ayurveda before we move to your topic and hear about the silent epidemic solutions? Over to you.
Global namaste to everyone. And yeah, thank you for inviting me again here. It's a really pleasure to share the stage with all the dignitaries here. I have been observing that from time to time, like as the time is passing, the need and the awareness about Ayurveda and alternative ways of healing is increasing more and more in Hungary also. So there are more Ayurveda therapists who are doing some treatments. People are trying to learn. And in a couple of Hungarian universities, there are branches where they are giving some small training about Ayurveda also. So there is a very visible interest coming in people. Should I go ahead?
So do please continue. Continue with your subject, and then we will chit chat with you after 5-6 minutes, okay?
Perfect. Thank you.
So what are silent epidemics that you have identified?
Yes. So
Is
here
this a copyright material? Is this your material?
I have written the credit
Article.
at the bottom.
You are the person who's written the article, is that right?
No. I'm just quoting it from the newspaper.
Okay, maybe stop sharing it. Always never use any copyright material unless it's yours, because we are not in Zoom, we are in private platforms as well. So what are silent epidemics that you know?
So the silent epidemics that I have come across here or all over the world, why they are silent are because they kill a person without making it very visible. And that includes diabetes, cardiovascular diseases like high blood pressure. It also includes cancer and even the mental disorders like anxiety and depression. So even though they are not directly contributing to the health, but in 2021, WHO came up with this statistics that 43 million people had died because of non-communicable diseases, or NCDs, as we call them as.
So you mentioned diabetes as well. You mentioned various others. Let's concentrate on diabetes, because that ailment is a problem and a taboo subject in almost every country now. Almost most of the countries' obesity factor is well above 13%, as much as 45% in some countries. We are actually heading towards oblivion. What tips have you identified from an Ayurveda point of view that the diabetic person should be aware of?
Yes, in my clinical experience here in Europe, I came across many different people who had diabetes with different age groups. The biggest reason that I found for diabetes was their inability to handle their stress. So nowadays we cannot run away from the stress. We just have to learn the tools to deal with it. And there are certain techniques with which we can handle our stress effectively, and that will help us to come out of it, because there is more awareness about diabetes here in European countries. So people are aware that, okay, as soon as I'm diagnosed with diabetes, then I should be taking care of my exercises, I should be changing my diet. So they make these changes, but they cannot handle their stress. So that is the biggest contributing factor for all the non-communicable diseases also.
So stress is also a factor of diabetes. So are you suggesting that people should find happy medium, maybe meditate, maybe don't unnecessarily stress about people, and that might help them not catching diabetes?
Exactly. I have even seen people who were very young. I had a client 35 years old, and then he had a family history of diabetes. His mother is diabetic, his brother is diabetic, his father is diabetic. And when he was diagnosed, he got really scared. And he works in Germany. He's Indian, but because he's away from his place, then he gets stressed about that also. The work stress is there. We, of course, changed his diet and lifestyle. And then we included some tools like meditation, as you mentioned, and some breathing exercises. We call them as pranayama to handle his stress. And then he could manage it very well. And within a matter of 6 months, he could come out of his medication. Like his doctors said that, okay, your tests are normal. We don't need to give you any medication, but you come for a test every 3 months. And then he's going every 3 months, and then all the tests are still normal. So that was one of the evident case that I could say.
And from somebody who practices Ayurveda, let's move on to the next one. You mentioned some of the silent epidemics. Stress, because diabetic, stress, mental health is very important as well. We've got a mental health episode coming or second Sunday from now, because it's Mental Health Awareness Day on there. How can Ayurveda help keeping our mental state steadier and cool and calm. What are your tips? What are your golden rules for that?
Yes, when we talk about Ayurveda, usually we talk only about Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, but not much attention is given to Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. In Ayurveda, it is clearly said that Vata, Pitta, Kapha are the doshas or energies which control mainly the body, and Sattva, Rajas, Tamas are the gunas, or Rajas, Tamas are the doshas which influence the mind. And the clear sutra or the way to deal with these imbalances is Dhi Dhairya Atmadi Vijnanam. So that means having a proper Dhi, which is like intellect. Now, intellect it keeps on telling us, the job of intellect is to tell us what is right and what is wrong. So it keeps on telling every time that, okay, you don't need to worry about certain thing, or you don't need to get angry about certain things, or you don't need to eat this thing. You know, you are going to feel bad after eating that, but still we make a wrong choice. So our Dhi is giving you the proper messages, but we are not following it. Then second is Dhairya. People are lacking that strength in them, or that valor, and patience also. So people have become more and more impatient, and unfortunately, the blame goes to the social media and the technology, because everything is becoming super fast. You just click on one image, and then immediately you get more and more connected things related to that. So people are becoming impatient, and Atmadi Vijnanam. So that becomes the core of dealing with the mental problems. So spirituality, or knowing about your own self, about your origin, where have you come from, what happens after death, or what is your purpose in this life? Why are you here on this planet? For what reason? So unless and until we ask these questions to ourselves, we cannot come out of these situations which make us stressful. When we realize that we are much bigger than our life of 50, 60, 80, 90 years, then it makes us more relaxed. When we see the life from broader perspective, then we start taking life as more like a leela, or like a game, rather than something which is very serious and we have to struggle through the life.
So let's chit chat with you in a moment. Let's bring in Ulrich and Amrita back again. Let's look at a bit of video that Ulrich has created. It might just be enjoyable for us to know what's going on, and we'll see part of it over here and see how it goes. So in a moment we will be bringing that up. Tell me, Rakesh, what are your golden tips and rules for Ayurveda that are easy for consumer to understand?
The first thing is that moderation is the key. Going to extreme is going to create imbalance. So whatever you do it in moderation. Second, have a proper source of knowledge, because there are different sources of knowledge and not all of them are very pure. So when you are following some not so pure source of knowledge, which is influenced by their likes and dislikes, or their own perceptions, then that can create some problems. So these are the two main rules which I will tell. One is moderation, and follow a proper source of knowledge.
Thank you. So let's enjoy a bit of this video, if we can bring it with the sound and see what it is. So Ulrich, you've done a good job on it. Let's see if we can hear.
Suryaya Swaha Suryaya Idam Namama Prajapataye Swaha Prajapataye Idam Namama.
I see, Ulrich, what you mean, not using the camphor and using the dried cow dung. Is that what you were using here?
Yes, it's just dried cow dung and some ghee. That's all.
And the purity that comes out with it is wonderful, isn't it?
Yes.
And what does it do to the ozone layer?
Oh, ozone layer, that is difficult to measure, but it is said, but that is traditional knowledge, that Agnihotra, if done on a wider scale, it would also heal the ozone layer.
Let's look a bit more about it, okay? It's just buffering at the moment.
Thanks to the practice of home fires, the atmosphere is so charged and is so nourished that every living being benefits. Every living being regenerates and has a solution to the pollution.
We can live in harmony with nature and with human nature and attune ourselves to Mother Nature.
We like the way it made us feel, the calmness that it brings. We were actually doing something that helped the planet. It was remarkable.
So I like what you have created there. For those people who would like to know more about it, just put homotherapy. Maybe if you go homotherapy on any of your internet solution providers, just put homotherapy and you'll be able to see that. So that was beautiful. What inspired you to create that?
It's time to start your business.
Oh, see, actually somebody in India asked me, do you have a video to show? And then I had to say, no, we have short videos or recordings of talks which I gave, but that's not so, that's too long. And so, yes, we created that. And for those who are interested, the link is in the chats. But I don't know whether the people who watch it on YouTube see the chat. Otherwise, yeah, Google Homa therapy, and then you will find it.
So they can't see. That's why we were showing.
Okay. Yes. Then search for Homa therapy video. Then you will find it.
Yes, if they search for homotherapy, so that will be beautiful that they can know about it. So Rakesh, you saw a bit of the video.
Yes.
Goodrich actually practices what he talks. He doesn't object to camphor, but what he's saying that's chemically made. There are reasons why we can be more natural, more be eco-friendly, or use up the sources that is readily available. What are your thoughts?
Yes, I come from the background of Dravya MD. So we study in detail about the source of camphor and how it should be collected. Unfortunately, these plants, they are not easy to grow, and getting camphor at this much huge amount is not possible. So that is why, and it is expensive also. That's why they move to the petroleum source of the camphor, which is not ideal at all, because then you can easily feel the difference when you burn the real camphor, which is originated from the plant source, and then the petroleum based. So definitely we should stick to the original camphor as much as possible to get the maximum benefit of that. And we have to be very careful that we are not exploiting the resources that the earth is giving to us, which is again the core theme of the whole organization that Neil Kumar, you're running, that healing our earth. So it is very important that we respect the resources.
Yes, that's very important. So Ulrich, it's so wonderful, and I think you've got a lot of Europeans involved in that video as well. And was it shot in Germany?
No, that was mostly in India and in Poland, and parts of it in US, also a little bit South America. Germany, not so much.
No. And
No,
how did people, did they feel the spirituality of it? Was it something they found themselves enjoying, or was it just following because you are practicing it?
no, no, I don't have this much of influence. No, no, normally, we always tell people, okay, you practice yourself for 3 weeks and then you see yourself. If you feel some effect, continue. If you don't, forget about it. Don't believe what I say. Just make your own experience and then you follow that.
So I think it is a wonderful effort that you made. It was so good. Yes, Dr. Pawan. Let's bring Dr. Pawan. He loves the mantra chanting, and it's so wonderful. So yes, Amrita, let's invite Dr. Pawan and Ravi, and then we can close officially. It's been a wonderful session. Amrita, what is your take up? What have you learned that is different today?
Every
So
time
Dr.
when people
Pawan,
come
Dr.
over, it is always wonderful to have people.
Dr. Pawan, if you can landscape yourself, and then we will be having you and you can do a nice mini chanting for us. So landscape your video. Yes, Amrita, so your take up on what you felt good, and Dr. Pawan is also ready. So Amrita, your
Yeah.
comment, and we move to Dr. Pawan.
Yeah. I was just saying that different phases of knowing things, as well as what Dr. Ulrich has been doing in Germany and how Dr. Rakesh has been practicing in Hungary, or how Dr. Pradeep has been doing in Australia, and how Professor Sharma has worked in Mauritius, and Dr. Shantala Priyadarshini in Latvia. All these things put on a great work to know about how Ayurveda can progress moreover, and which all small sciences can be made the mini cuppets of understanding the broader version of that. And yes, let's hear from Dr. Pavanji what with the beautiful shloka he has for us for presentation, and it's really a delight to have him for that. Thank you.
विघ्नेश्वराय वरदाय सुरः प्रियाय लंबोदराय सकलाय जगत्थिताय नागाननाय श्रुतियज्ञ विभूषिताय गौरीसुताय गणनाथ नमो नमस्ते कर्पूर गौरम करुणावतारम संसार सारम भुजगेन्द्रहारम सदा वसंतम हृदयारविंदे भवम भवानी सहितं नमामि सर्वमंगलमांगल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थ साधिके शरण्ये त्र्यंबके गौरी नारायणी नमोस्तुते या कुंदेन्दु तुषार धवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणा वरदंड मंडित करा या श्वेत पद्मासना या ब्रह्मा च्युत शंकर प्रभृति देवै सदा वंदिता सामां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निशेषजाड्यपहा नमामि धन्वन्तरिमादिदेवं आविर्बभूव कलशं दददर्ण वाद्यः पीयूषपूर्ण ममरात्वकृते चुराणां रोगजालजीर्ण जनता जनित प्रशंसो धन्वन्तरि च भगवान् भविकाय भूयात् सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामया सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःख भाग् भवेत् ओम शांति ओम शांति ओम शांति हरि ओम.
Well done. That was wonderful. So from Home of Fire from Dr. Ulrich and a nice chanting and a bit of mantra from Dr. Pawan. What a wonderful time. Amrita, maybe we can wind off for today for our onward meetings. So please do the due diligence and thank everybody. Dr. Pawan, thank you very much. Amrita will be in regular touch with you. Let us explore more about the AI and the software that you are using in the technology. May Earth bless you and keep on your research going. Thank you very much.
I would like to invite you humbly as a speaker in my Ayush Samriddhi webinar series, please. That is also going on. Just see. Devya Pastray Chikitsa. This is the topic of third webinar today. Previously, laughter day. Before that, dancing day. So every day I am celebrating with different topics. Please go to my YouTube channel. Please visit that. Every topic, you close your eyes, relate with any subject, and you will find there. It is my concept.
Thank you, Dr. Pawan. Keep in touch with Dr. Amrita, and she will definitely appear in one of your episodes pretty soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Pawan. Thank you so much. Neil Kumar, if we have Ravi Ji for his presentation or talk, if he
He's
wants to.
he's not responding, so it's fine. We'll
And we
bring
have
him
Dr.
next time.
Sudhir Sharan as well. He very
Oh,
recently
Ravi
was.
is here. Oh, one moment, he's there. Ravi, if you can make yourself landscape, then for 5-10 minutes we can take your tips, please. Ravi, landscape your video. Over to you, Ravi.
And then we move to Dr. Sudhir as well.
Okay, Ravi is here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's
Thank you.
bring the tips. Ravi, give us your tips about hair.
Right. So the tips for hair growth. So whereas most people would say which shampoo to use, we'd say, no, which lifestyle are you leading? Because there are some tips that we've always done in India, used in India and Far East. And generally find hair generally is better in the Far East and Asia generally than in the West. So why? So a number of things were researched. One was lifestyle changes. Now, for example, over here you'd wash your hair, the shampoo, conditioner, and then use a towel to thoroughly dry your hair. That is what you typically see. In India, what they used to do, and still do, is they have the bath at night before, and perhaps they'd have done that, or alternative, just have an oil-based wash of the hair. So leaving the oil in the hair overnight to condition it, and then in the morning, then you have a bath. Now, when you've had the bath, you would then pat dry the hair. So you're not causing such friction that the hair is actually falling out. So very simple tip, pat your hair, number one. Number two, if you are prone to dandruff, or you have dry, scaly skin, try brushing your hair first, because anything that's loose, which is causing the hair follicles perhaps to be affected, you're removing away on a daily basis. Number two. Number three is when you're using a shampoo or a conditioner, try using one which is not got 2-in-1, but one which is dedicated as a shampoo, one which is dedicated as a conditioner. So the question you're often asked is, which shampoo do you recommend? Well, the shampoo you want to use is one which should have a base, which is an alkaline base, around maybe 4.5, 4.6. So what that means is there is a scale of 0 to 14 to measure the amount of alkalinity or acidity on any food. 7 is neutral, less than 7 is acidic, above 7 to 14 is alkaline. Hair thrives best at the slightly acidic pH. So you want to use a shampoo which has that pH. So your next question could be, well, which is that then? Now, legally, there is no obligation for manufacturers to write down the pH of the shampoo. However, some companies do write that. So if you have that information, fine. Otherwise, you can always ask the manufacturers and what the pH of their shampoo is. Number 4, most shampoos that you find on the market have a foaming agent called sodium lauryl sulfate in it, SLS. Even baby shampoos have it. So it's not because it's particularly bad, but what it has shown is continued use of it, like perhaps with most things, can cause irritation, can cause, with some people, hair loss. So the recommendation would be don't use an SLS based, use like maybe a coconut based or a betaine, which is not got the harsh chemicals as sodium lauryl sulfate. Simple, just go when you're looking at shampoo, look at the active ingredient. Now, number 5 is diet. For most people, they say, well, what food should one be eating? Well, the answer is very simple. You want, in Ayurvedic terms, you want to have food which is calm and cooling down. We have what we call pitta that we all have. And when the pitta energy or the heat energy is imbalanced, we find that we have more issues with hair loss and hair thinning. So what do? Then eat foods and drinks which are cooling. Now, if you say, what are they? You can Google them, or you're more than welcome to contact me and I can send you a list. So basically have food which are cooling. So most salads tend to be cooling. You've heard the old saying, cool as a cucumber, or coconut oil, that particularly in India is very common because it is cooling. So when you're massaging again with an oil, use a cooling oil rather than heat oil. Now, most people would go for the cooking oil or whatever they have at home. Cool as the cucumber, maybe mustard oil, coconut oil, that particularly in India is very common. Somebody can hear me? Can you hear me? So when you're massaging again with an oil, use a cooling oil rather than. So basically using a cooling oil even for massaging your hair and scalp. So coconut oil is one that comes first to mind, or sesame oil, rather than mustard oil, which is heating. So if you're trying to calm the scalp down, that's what you would do. Simple thing to do. So food is very important. Basically using a cooling oil. You'll then hear of supplements. Do we need to have certain supplements? Yes is the answer.
I think your voice has been, yeah, your signal is.
Can you hear me?
Please go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So certain vitamins and minerals are essential because, like every other part of our body, our hair also needs nourishment. So oils, particularly, that's great to use. But not everyone wants oils because the hair might look greasy or they're not used to using oils. So what do? You can use serums, which are water-based. That's one option. But taking a hair supplement would be a great idea because what you find with people who are losing hair or hair thinning is that the DHT, which is dihydrotestosterone, is greater. So we want to try to suppress the formation of testosterone to DHT. How do you do that? Well, very simply, you can have herbs, or you go to your doctor and get some like finasteride, which is a chemical-based drug to do the same thing, or you can use herbs like soap matter, for example, quite commonly available from most pharmacies, health food shops, which comes as a supplement, or you may find it is actually in shampoos as well. So you want to have food which are rich in protein, because ultimately that's what here is keratin, which is protein. You want to make sure you have the vitamin minerals that one requires for the hair growth. Again, very simple. Just take a supplement. Now, quite often I'm asked, which supplement would you recommend? Well, there are many on the market. Have one which has a good range of vitamin minerals. If it has things like soft metal in it, great. If it has something like spirulina in it, which is a rich protein herb, again, great. And something which does not have particularly any other harsh chemical or ingredient put in it. So simple product is all that one needs to take. So these are simple tips that everyone can do. Now, quite often you're asked, what about lifestyle? So, for example, people who are stressed, for example. Now, what do you do with people who are living a life where stress is at high level, perhaps because of the work or particularly their particular lifestyle? So meditation, yoga is very helpful. So people say, what type of yoga would you recommend? Well, if you think about it logically, if you want to have better hair supply to the hair and the head, what should one do? Perhaps doing things where the head is sort of a camel shaped. In other words, where you're forcing the force of gravity to encourage more blood to go to the head and particularly to the scalp, right? Headstand or a handstand or do a cow position or camel position, something where your head is just very simply being tucked between your knees every morning. Very simple thing to do, but what it'll do is increase the blood flow to the head. So it's very simple to do. Now, meditation, any particular type of meditation, it is basically the idea of meditation is to focus on the body. So when you close your eyes, you have the third eye, which is looking inside. Anywhere there's a problem, it tries to resolve. The body, they say, has all the pharmacy within it. So when you have a health condition, the body has to figure out where is a blood supply required more. Is it the scalp or is it where the organ is particularly damaged? And quite often the hair comes quite low down in the priority. For the simple reason you can live even if you don't have hair, but you can't live if you have organ failure or organ disorder or dis-ease when the organ is not at ease. So therefore, one wants to meditate so that the body is now having time to heal. Just like we say healing our earth, we have to heal the pitta energy within us if it's imbalanced. So there's a simple meditation exercise. Any particular one? Not necessarily. You can go on YouTube and follow meditation. Or if you are spiritually orientated, just close your eyes, pray to whatever God you believe in. And even if you don't believe in God, perhaps focus on the third eye when you're closing your eyes, or perhaps focus on a focal point, maybe a light where you're focusing on, but something that you're doing which is calming the body down. So very simple tips that one can do for hair loss. Then, of course, you'll hear things like, what about if I scrub one nails against each other? Swami Ramdev Ji really did make quite popular, encouraging the vessels to be churning blood in a particular direction. So various ways of doing that, whether it's acupressure, puncture, sometimes homeopathy people use, sometimes people use just massage. And coming to massage, I would say recommend that when you're washing your hair, shampoo your hair, and then really massage your scalp. And this is why the Indian head massage became so popular, because it's an Indian tradition that when babies are born, you massage them every day, particularly the scalp. Why? To improve the circulation of the blood and to help remove toxins from the body. And I would recommend that everyone should look at having a massage on a regular basis, once a month perhaps, where they can get a professional massage to just help remove the toxins which may be stored some other creep to the scalp as a way of removing them from the body. And remember, our skin is the largest organ of the body. And that is why by perspiration, by sauna, by massage, it's the fastest and most efficient way or products you are then basically helping the scalp. So in a nutshell, it's on my book I've written Here Today, Here Tomorrow. It's a very simple technique which we've acronymed Nutri-Grow, N-U-T-R-I-G-R-O. Now, what does Nutri-Grow mean? Well, N stands for nutrition, U is using the right hair products, T is training or remaining trim to help the blood circulation, R is a routine of removing toxins like the massage, and I is imagine the hair you want. So if you don't know what you want, how is a superconscious going to work with you? So when you put a thought out there that I would like to have better hair, no, be more specific. I would like to have hair like this, or I would like to have hair perhaps just a little bit on this side, a little bit this side. But imagine what you want. So I for imagination is very important, and that gives you the GRO, the growth to hair. So if you just think
His signals are low, but then what a useful information he has been giving on the tips for from Ayurveda, from the grounds of Indian living styles.
Okay, we are having a problem
Yeah.
with Ravi's broadband. Ravi, that was wonderful. Thank you for the wonderful tips. We'll have you
Yeah,
back in
thank you.
another session where we can bring out more and more tips, Ravi. Your internet is intermittent at the moment, but we picked out a lot of tips. Decide what you want. Take care of yourself. Don't stress too much. Do see a specialist. Basically, a head specialist called trichologist. Also see people like Ravi who have actually practiced it themselves and knows how to do the products as well. So this is very beautiful. Let's have a quick comment from Sudhir Saran, Amrita, and then you can wind off over here. A global namaste to you, to the Sudhir in India. How are you?
Global Namaste. I'm very fine. Thank you. Global Namaste. Today is such a special day. We are celebrating the glory day of Ayurveda. And I'm so happy to be here. I managed to squeeze time because, I'm going through a special phase of life. I was blessed with a grandson on 25th of December here in Bangalore.
Yes.
So,
So happy birthday for him as well.
yes. And,
Yeah.
grandchildren are the ones who heal the earth because, they heal us and we are the ones who heal the earth. So thank you
Absolutely.
very much.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, absolutely. Definitely. All the
Yes.
blessings from every member of Healing Our Earth for your grandson, and then a new life and a new generation, a new kick for you to
Yes.
move on in life and to see someone. So very, very beautiful, I think. And yeah, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting. Mm.
Thank you. So
So
with this, with this, we would like to
can I say a
conclude
few
today's.
things?
Yes, few, before we wind up. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, sure.
Yes.
So my first real touch with Ayurveda was in 93 when I was very seriously unwell. And my brother took me to Varanasi. There was Shri Lal Muni Mishra Ji, Vaid Lal Muni Mishra Ji. He was one of the oldest school. colleagues of Ayurveda Vaidya Trigunananda ji. So I had the honor of his excellent wisdom benefiting me. And many of you may be wondering how come at my age, I'm still not having to, put wig or put some kind of, color on my hair. That's because, I was very obedient to Sri Lalmuni Mishra. He gave medicine which has, kept us in very good health. So I want to express my personal gratitude, the profession of Ayurveda. And I want to also share a resolve. I basically learned biology, and then I had to decide which side of it. Will it be botany side of it, or will it be zoology side of biology, where my expertise will be? I was, channeled into agriculture side. So, Dr. Amrita, Neil, I want to tell you that we are running a movement here, a small but a potent movement, where we are going to natural ways of growing the herbs, which are the ingredients for the most of the medicines Ayurveda, prepares and gives us. So maybe by next generation, we'll have a very, very powerful source of ingredients, which are as if Mother Nature herself produced them. They'll be beyond organic. That will be so pure. That's what we have found. And we are trying to build the production system. I just finished giving an interview to Doordarshan. How can we leverage our knowledge? And we found a farmer producer organization, which has been encouraged by Government of India since 2003. It's the right way to scale it up, because Mother Earth not only needs to be healed, she needs to be healed in time before it is too late.
Absolutely
so this
true.
is the two things we are doing here. And on this day, I am honored and privileged to be among all of you. And this is my little contribution towards the Ayurveda movement and the power it is. Thank you very much.
Wow, that's very lovely, Professor Sudhir. In fact, my expertise is in Ayurveda pharmacology. So I deal with medicinal plants and its cultivation and preservation, and we talk about that. So if I can be of any help to this movement, and we, as a Healing our Earth's senior anchor and senior admin, if we can promote it through our channel, we'll be also feeling very privileged to help the community in that way as well. And I think this is a real need of when I personally address a lot of communities globally, we talk about all this stuff, and especially I emphasize on the roots are the real roots that will give the real fruit and nothing else. And so that's why it's very important to understand that it's really the very right time to cultivate and harvest the right things so that we can give a legacy for the future generation as a good fruit for them, so that they can really live on that rather than being so materialistically selfish enough to give them something which is beyond the five elements. So what ultimately matters is the five elements. And so with this very note, I would like to address and close today's episode of Ayurveda, because the nature has blessed us with these five elements, and we look forward that it's our personal duty that these five elements are always preserved, and that also we can see the twinkle twinkle little star, how I wonder what you are, from a very clear eye and a very clear sky. So with that, I commence, and I would like to thank all the contributors of today, all the professors as well as the professionals of Ayurveda who have been giving a lot of informative knowledge and talks, and also all the contributors who have contributed and made this episode a successful one. Let's wind up with this Gayatri Mantra. Om Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat.